everyone in. Join the Discord, send me a DM. See you guys in chat. Let's get some hobby done.
Jack is just a derelict shell. Ain't nothing left now but his notes and the smell. He used to watch over the fire and the stone. Fan fiction told me that he died all alone. Splash, bang, so corrosive. Don't get close if it's explosive. Flash, gang, caustic crew. Simmer and smoke in electric blue. Hiss goes the radio. Vicious, malicious, a voice we know. Soon to reap the seeds you sow, bringing you the pain. Come on down and join the party tonight. We ain't the kind to turn away from a fight. Chips on the shoulder, sweat and dirt on our hands. 'Cause we're breaking down the borders as we light up the land, yeah! Come on, drink out your ride. Oh, you know they say, better to die. We'll crash and burn. Oh, better die when you're not in your car. I hate you, claptrap. Come on down and join the party tonight. We ain't the kind to turn away from a fight. Chips on the shoulder, sweat and dirt on our hands. 'Cause we're breaking down the borders as we light up the land, yeah! On a wave of devastation, hooked into the frenzied sea. My mind is open in this shed, so violent and fast. Falling to fear, don't let me lose myself in the past. I wanna feel that power surge. Two minds that were made too much. Don't make me Mr. Rush. Take me to the crush. I wanna hear that roaring sound. When I walk, I will shake the ground. Don't make me Mr. Rush. Take me to the crush. Take me to the crush. Frame me in the shell of my colossus. I can reach my certainty. So long I waited for a chance to prove I was right. Don't let me die now when my fists are clenched for the fight. I wanna feel that power surge. Two minds that will make too much. Don't make me Mr. Rush. Take me to the
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like I just screwed up that transition right and proper. How are we all doing this evening? Bav, how you going, mate? Glad to see that you're in chat once again, my friend. I've been going well. Hope you're doing well as well, my friend. We're starting up another Friday night hobby stream with the usual kicking around, hanging out with the members of the Discord. It's not too late to join in the conversation either as well. You've just got to flick me a DM on Discord to be a part of the conversation as well. It's been an awesome night. We're going to be hanging out, working through some more Necrons and Marines as per usual, and going from there. Let me just adjust the microphone a little bit because I feel like you guys can't really see my face too much, but that's okay. So, just going to give it a couple of minutes, wait for some people to rock on in here. So should be a good stream as well. But yeah, Bav, what's been happening, my friends? Good morning to you. It's going to be an awesome stream. Just hanging out, getting some stuff done. I've already got one member of the Discord who's going to be joining us this evening. I can have up to 4 of us in the chat at once, so it doesn't get too convoluted. Alright, I'm just going to figure out what brushes I'm going to need for this evening. I think I'm feeling I know which ones. I'm just going to get those guys ready. Not sure I shouldn't need the rest of those. But yeah, alright. Let's get into it. This should actually be a bit more forward than it is. But that works. I'm just gonna adjust my mic. Nah, too easy, Bab. Too easy. Don't stress at all, brother. Just getting it all nice and set up for us this evening. Hopefully, I had it perfect on Tuesday night, so hopefully that's picking up my audio pretty well. If not, I can move it back to where it was in front. But again, we shall see how that goes. Just let me know if I need to boost my volume up a bit, or if I need to drop off the music, because I can do either. Alrighty. Yep, work too easy, Bab. No stress at all. Hope you're having a nice, easy start to your Friday. So I think what we're actually going to start with this evening is we're going to work on finishing these Necrons. As well. Which I'm actually quite happy that I'm getting through them in a relatively quick fashion. And yes, I do have a fan right here. Just in case it gets a bit hot in here, I will move it out of the camera shot and turn it on. And the mic is not picking it up whatsoever. Thank goodness for that. Which is always a good thing, I would say. Alrighty. So I'm just going to be monitoring Discord as well. We've also got stream raiders that will be happening throughout the stream as well. I feel like this just needs to come this way a little bit further. So hopefully that's loud enough. I did do a little bit of a boost, but the way that I had it set up previously, it wasn't liking how it was sounding. So hopefully maybe a little bit more on that gain. Hopefully that's a bit better. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Because otherwise, you guys probably can't hear me. Or can't hear me too well. Alright. Now, we're going to get into doing the Skag Brown on these Necron Warriors. Just to finish them off, we've got the shoulder pads to do on them. If I move, hopefully that up a touch, that should actually get that out of view. Yep, cool, there we go, awesome. I'm still getting a hang of all my new gear, guys, and there's still more on the way. So... Alright. Now we've got the Skag Brown out. We're going to use the character brush as per usual. And we're going to start off with the shoulder pads. So I'm just going to turn my phone off Do Not Disturb mode, which it currently is on. So, should vibrate when I get a message or if I see it in chat. We'll give it probably about 15 minutes more until we boot up Stream Raiders, give people a chance to jump into the stream. That all good, Vav. I haven't started up yet. It'll be starting in about 15 minutes or so. Just going to let people rock on in. Have a couple more people here so we can have some decent sized battles. Because we've got two big ones straight off the bat as well. One's a 4 skull, and the last one is the end of map boss, who is 5 skulls. So, but yeah. Hopefully I can very carefully just get the orange. And then there's that. Alrighty. And that part's done, then I just gotta do the underneath. Hopefully, we can get these guys done in a relatively good fashion, time-wise. And then, what it'll mean is we can get on to the other stuff. Yeah, I'm absolutely loving painting up these Necrons in terms of the color scheme and just how easy it is. Like, I'm not necessarily spending a massive amount of time per model. I'm more just doing, you know, one thing a session. So I'll start off with, say, awesome. Yeah, turquoise would work nicely depending on your scheme. So, I'd love to see some photos of your Necrons. Bav at some point as well, if you're able to chuck them up in the Discord. So yeah, just very carefully get working the orange in. So, but yeah, I mean, I've kind of done like maybe 1 or 2 parts a session over the past like week or two. Nice. Dry brush, metal turquoise shoulders, and chest trim, and then very subtle green glow. Yeah, nice. Yep, perfect. Hey, Pan, how's it going? Hope you have had a great week since Tuesday. What's been happening, my friends? So I've just got a bunch of notifications from Instagram as well that I just need to clear. So we'll get stream ready to start up in about 10 minutes, everyone. Just give everyone else a chance to come in and join in the stream. And then from there, we'll actually get the battles going, which should be nice. So right now I'm just getting these coats done on the Necrons. So this is literally the last color I've got to do on these guys, these 5, and then that's actually a unit of 20 done. Now my, you can probably tell I am in desperate need of a haircut. I just haven't had a chance to organise it. But I will probably be getting one next week, hopefully. And a piece of my hair decided to fall off onto the Necron Warrior. Not fun. Don't recommend. Oh, that's awesome, Pan. Glad to hear that. What miniature did you end up going with? That under shoulder very carefully. Hey Chief, how's it going, mates? Glad you're able to join us once again, my friends. Oh, that's awesome. Grey Knight Strike Squad. Nice. Have you kind of got an idea of how you're thinking of painting them up? How's your week been, Chief? What's been happening? Yeah, right. I'm going well. Finished work for the week. It's been a bit more of a chill week as the big project I was working on wrapped up for the most part the end of last week. So I'm really just now starting to work on some newer stuff. And the staff members I'm going to be working with on that who are helping me learn that news process was actually way sick today. So I tried to stumble my way through it, but not much avail going on there. Alrighty, so Myth is ready to go. Let's see if I'm able to move him into the streaming channel. I should hopefully be able to. Alrighty, I'm just going to make sure that, oh, I think that is coming up. Myth, are you there? So I've just moved him into one of our channels. Ah, Bav. Good to hear, but you know, do what you got to do at work, brother. Alrighty, I've just got to adjust something for Myth here. Just give me a second, guys. My apologies. Alrighty, that should fix you up, Myth, hopefully. If I can go and... You there, Myth?
There we go.
Hey, how you going, mates?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good, man, good. Just,
Up as well.
yeah, just getting through some Necrons. Starting some things up. What are your plans for what you're working on this evening?
Funnily enough, I've got to deviate away from the custodes for a moment, and I've got to quickly knock up the example model for the paint system for the Victorian guys, specifically CoastCon and TerraCon. When I say Victorian, sorry, I don't mean like the greater community.
Yeah.
Because they don't even know I exist.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, nice. What model are you painting up for that?
So okay, cool. I can get off push talk. I'm just using an orc boy. You know, something that we all love.
Yep.
You know, something friendly and happy-go-lucky with an axe in his hand and essentially a bolter, the orc equivalent of bolter in the other.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to spit. I'm just trying to work out getting your audio up a little bit louder, actually.
Oh, right. Am I not coming through that loud on Discord?
Nah, it's not very loud on Discord at all, and I've got you pretty loud.
Oh, that's weird. Let me have a look on my end. I did have a bit of a mic issue where it decided the USB did not want to play as a USB, so I had to plug in the 3.5mm jack for it.
That'll be it.
So,
definitely would be it.
Let me just go into my settings and... How's that? I put it up to 100%.
Ah, that's way better. Yep, cool.
Awesome.
Sweet,
Awesome.
I can actually mostly hear you.
Cool.
Right, so yeah, anyway, got this orc I've got to do. Just it's funny because I've got to try and stage it. And not just paint all the way through, but I've kind of got to go, okay, cool. What is the base paint? What is the second best, or the because it's a good, better, best system.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like, well, what's the better, and then what's the best? And the problem is that it needs to be like an everyman's best, not my best. Otherwise, we've got real problems.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's like, okay, cool. Well, how do I pull everything back? I've got to imagine I'm a commission painter again for a moment.
Yeah. Alrighty, guys. So Stream Raiders is up and running. If you are
Sorry,
wanting
I
to
just had
drop in
everything
some
muted there
units.
while spraying. So yeah, anyway. And you're smashing out some Necrons.
Yeah, I am smashing out Necrons. I'm not sure what's going on with my push-to-talk settings at the moment. I'm going to check my keybinds quickly. Ah, I see what I've done. I've changed them completely.
That'll do it.
So, I'm pretty sure it's meant to be... There we go, that's what it is. So, I've got number minus for mute, number plus for, I think, something else. Then I've got, something, that one's mute just indefinitely, and then that one's mute and deafen. Yeah, cool. Alright, now I know it from memory. So, yeah, no, I'm getting some work in on these Necrons. I've just got the orange to do, actually. I've got to do them, if you've got the stream up and looking at it. I've got just the shoulder pads I'm doing, and then the eyes, and then the Gauss rifles.
Yeah, are they still like the classic, come with a little bit of green clear plastic? Or have they moved away from doing that?
They've moved away from doing that now, so they're actually all the, so you know when they updated the Immortals, oh gosh, it was ages ago now.
Yeah.
So they've gone to that method where they've got the gauze kind of enclosed on the, the weapon instead.
Yep. So the idea is more of paint it in rather than actually having something cool and unique.
Yeah, kind of.
I suppose like it's fine if you want to paint it in. I don't know. I just think that was always one thing that was kind of fun about the Crons, is that you always used to get this random little green clear sprue of just little rods. And you're like, oh, what can I do with this?
Yeah. But I also think, that kind of limited people to only being able to do green.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So unless you wanted to do green for, your army, then doing it where, you have to go to a third-party retailer to get, say orange or blue, like, you'd have to find those other sources. So, which, some people necessarily didn't want to have to do because, it's already got the units. Like, it's already got the amount of units that you need for that box. And, it's just an extra cost on top of that.
Yeah, I suppose.
So, like, I completely get what you're saying, though. But, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I didn't even really think about it that way, that it would lock them into the colour.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And even before they came out with these warrior models, like, I was seeing people converting up the Gauss rifles to have if they took the Immortals with the Tesla, they would cut out the barrels for the Gauss rifles from the Immortals one that had two of them on there, and they'd just stick them in between on their warriors and just make it fit, and it's effectively what they were doing at that point anyway. The some of them if they were wanting to go different colours.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just trying to think of the models. I think I know the ones you're talking about.
Yeah, they're the beefier ones. They're the ones that you
Yeah,
can only
they got the
take in...
double slung kind of big guys, right?
Yeah. So they're the ones you can only take in units of 10, but their guns are a bit better.
Yeah.
So... But yeah, so we're just... You know... I mean, that's a completely valid thing to do, you know, but also you want to be able to not have to go through, buy a completely other kit to do that as well.
Well, I think there was always that thing too, is on the color little rod thing. Wasn't there ever like a thing where you could just like literally buy some clear stuff and then just do like a wash over them, and that could kind of do it?
Yeah, I think it would depend on the wash you're using though as well.
Oh, very true. Like maybe it would have to be more like a glaze or something like that.
Yeah.
But you know, I thought that was sort of a thing that people tried for a while. Because I recall seeing that there's blue ones, purple ones, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know Shannon, when he was around, his Necrons are bone and purple.
Yep.
And so I think he's done something similar in terms of the purple. Hey, Rainy Red Man, how's it going, mate?
This is one downside of being someone who's never really actually painted, say, orcs before. It's like, do you think I have the colours to paint orc green?
Yeah.
I did not think this through.
Oh, Rainy Red Man, that's awesome that you
so
got
I'll
the
be able to
bits.
work
Yeah,
something
no
out.
worries at all. Sorry, what was that, mate?
I'll be able to work something out. It's
Yeah.
like colour mixing.
Yes.
Sure,
I mean,
everybody should know how to do it.
yeah. I mean, if you don't have necessarily the darkest green to do the orc, you know, you could always just mix in a little bit of black.
I actually usually find it's the other way, especially with the GW paint range. It's really weird, like trying to get a good dark, rich green.
Yeah.
And I think I got Caliban green in front of me, but I'm not actually going to use it. I don't really like it. It's very it's very military. Like it is obviously Dark Angel's green, but you know when it gets applied, it almost looks like it's got grey in it.
Yeah.
Like it's super desaturated. It's not super nice.
Yeah.
I think. I don't even know why I own it, to be honest.
Another one you could potentially try if you're looking for a base green. I'm not sure if you'd have this one, but Castellan green.
No, I don't have it, but I've actually just found myself a non-GW one that's actually, what's it called? Brilliant green. It's nice and brilliant, I can tell you that. That'll be good.
Yeah, nice.
See how it goes.
Chief, so you're thinking of taking out the 2 eradicators from the list?
So yeah, this is a case of talk amongst ourselves, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, there's we got Chief in chat. He's you know, might be good as well if have you got the, I don't remember if you ended up having the stream up or not.
No, well the only problem is that my paint table is opposite the computer table.
Ah, right.
So I could turn around and I could see your magnificent setup and yourself, of course.
Yeah, but not
But
necessarily
I would be
chat.
very much squinting to read the chat, I think, if I turn around. Yeah, no, nah.
Yeah,
Can't
fair enough.
really. Caliban with a hint of moot. Yeah, look, I love moot green. It is my favourite green of all of the Games Workshop paints. It still applies like rubbish. But
Yeah.
did I ever show you the test model I did of the monotone Tyranids, which were basically using moot green as one of the darkest colors on there. Like they were fluoro yellow green.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, would have taken me a decade to paint them.
Yeah.
Because blending up that sort of super bright, heavy or attempted a heavily saturated green was really difficult.
Yeah.
Really, really,
thanks for the
kind of
host,
made me a bit
mate.
sad, but I was like, okay, cool. Like, I finally got the color scheme to a point where it is, and it is totally unusable because Tyranids need many, many, many models.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yes, Tyranids being a horde army that they are. So we got a couple of the guys in chat. They're saying, Caliban green with a hint of moot green or army painted greens are good as well from Bad.
Mm-hmm. Well, I suppose it's not like we need to really stick to G-Dub. We're not exactly. I'm so used to every time I'm talking about paint. Bar obviously when we're in our shop, in shop, always having to kind of like curtail what I talk about. It's the Master Series paints, MSP ones.
Yeah.
So get them at the cons and stuff. If you're down in Victoria, often you can get them at down in there. You can buy them online and that. But they've some of their range is super good. Like the green's quite like this green I'm putting on is very nice. It's giving me real 90s vibe, like bright, straightforward orc.
Yeah, awesome.
Their skin range is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the whole range of skin. So, all the way from like a more nice kind of tanned Caucasian color.
Hey, Flame Scion, how's it going? Yeah, I'm working on some Necrons at the moment.
Back to your really pale, like elven flesh.
Yeah. And
then you can just obviously mix some other little hint colors in there if you wanted to do more of things like the Slaneshi grey, like sort of purpley pinky flesh. I even throw some of the tan one into the purple skin mix for my Daughters of Cain.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think it, but like, yeah, if you're doing like an otherworldly color, probably wouldn't need a. Oh no, you actually still. If I was to do this orc, maybe with the highlight phase, I probably will throw some skin tone in there.
Yeah.
Because if you do it on everything, all of a sudden it's just like your brain recognizes it as what it should be. It's one of those fun tricks of paints.
Yeah. Rainy Redman, that's awesome to hear that you got your massive order of orcs in, with your box of Gretchen, your shock attack gun, and the boss mob as well. Sorry, Chiefs, I didn't get back to your.
So what are all the other dudes doing tonight?
In terms of our mates,
or? Alright, no, our guys here in your chat.
Oh. Yeah.
I don't care what my friends are doing.
Chat, what are we all working on tonight? Let us know. We know Bab's at work currently. So I was just going to get back to Chief, actually. He was saying, so thinking of taking out 2 of the Eradicators from his list as well as the Land Speeder and putting in the new Marine Bunker, asking if anyone has used one of them yet. Or thoughts on it as well. I haven't looked at it myself, Chief.
Yeah, I can't say I'm familiar with it. I promised myself I was not going to talk about Eradicators tonight. But needless to say, I probably would not recommend taking them out. Unless you think you have a really, really good replacement.
He's running a unit of 5 currently, so he's dropping the unit from 5 down to 3.
Yeah, look, if I was to stay positive about them, I would be telling you to double it with the Eradicators and not go the other way. But then, of course, that does come down to models.
Yeah.
Because I know they come in a box of 3, which I was really surprised about.
Yeah, I would have thought they'd be a dual kit with the heavy intercessors.
I just thought Marines were kind of pretty much like, with the exception of, is it the Centurions? What are the really big chunky dudes?
Centurions, yeah, it's the Centurions.
Yeah, with the exception of them, I thought I would have expected every Marine, even Primaris, to be coming in squads of 5.
Yeah.
So
they've decided to keep it as 3.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sting.
Yeah, Chief, there are a lot of good painting options for Army Painter. Are better than GW paints and vice versa. Flame Scion, nice, bit more noobish. Myself, since friend introduced me to Warhammer a time ago, more of a Chaos follower. Awesome, man, awesome. Have you got a Chaos army already?
But what's this bunker thing though?
So it's the Hammer 4 bunker that they released with the 8th edition, sorry, not 8th edition, the 9th edition Marine Codex. It's the one that's got like heavy bolters on all 4 sides.
Oh, hold on, it's the Terran bunker where I'm expecting a bunch of fire bats to be like shooting out flame against Zerg. Yeah, I get ya. It's that thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it like covered in heavy bolters or something?
Yes. I'll just grab my codex for it actually.
Oh, like obviously it doesn't move.
No.
Like you must be purchasing it as like a fortification then or something.
Yeah. Where are we? Hammer 4 bunker is a fortification. Let's just transition here. Alright. Oh, I'm missing out on chat things further down. Hey, Red Belly, how's it going?
You're breaking up a little bit there, Scotty.
Oh, sorry, mate. I'm just standing a bit further back from the mic is all. Must be a thing. So the Hammer 4 bunker is 8 wounds, T8, strength 6, hits on 4s. It either has heavy bolts or heavy flamers for the 4 weapons. And then it's got the missile launcher, which either super frag or super crack, which is pretty much as they sound. The super frag is heavy 2d6, strength 6, no neg, 1 damage and blast. The super crack is heavy 2, strength 10, neg 2d6 damage without blast. Defensive array. This model, when it's selected to shoot, its heavy bolter array or heavy flame array can target and resolve attacks against every eligible unit each time this model fires Overwatch. It only resolves attacks with the weapons against the unit charging it, but when it does so, the type of its Hammer 4 heavy bunkers is changed to heavy 6, and the heavy flame is changed to heavy 2d6. And when it explodes, it on a 6 within 6 inches does d6 mortal wounds. So.
Right, so I was doing my best to absorb all that.
Yeah, I kind of go through it a bit quick.
The first thing that kind of stood out to me straight away, and if you're still holding the codex, just correct me if I'm wrong, 8 wounds?
Yes, it is 8 wounds.
Yeah, this is a fortification, like it's a building. It ain't being hidden, it isn't getting a cover save. Like what are the rules for just like hitting and shooting and wounding a fortification? Are they any different? Do they just count as a mod?
I mean, we're not really seeing many fortifications in the meta at the moment, so.
I'm just quite shocked about that 8 wound only thing. I would have thought 20.
Yeah, I would have thought at least 12 would be my guess.
Like it's a building, you know. How much does it cost? How many points does it cost? I guess is another question.
Yeah, let me just pull that up.
Like if it's a really cheap source of heavy bolters, then maybe. But
it's 175 points.
Yeah, look, you can take it for fun, but I don't think it's going to do. I definitely would not take it at a comp game.
It could be different points. I was just looking in the codex. It could have changed with the errata, but I'm not certain. Alright, let's catch up with chat a bit here. Where are we? Flame Scions?
Yeah. That or it's got to be one of those things where you've got to spam them. But it
Yeah,
just,
that too.
even at T8, it kind of just feels like easy kills.
Yeah.
Like, what's the rule for killing like tanks? What's that objective at the moment? Is it 10 wounds plus or is it 8 wounds plus?
So it's changed to if it's below 10, so if it's 10 or less, it's 1 point. If it is 11 to 19, it's 2 points. If it's 20 plus, it's 3 points.
Alright, so it's not going to give that objective up really that easily, because even if you say in theory you spam 3 of them, you give up 3 points. Big whoop. The guy a maximum of 3 points in the secondary is not lucrative at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes catching up with chat, mate.
You're right.
Alrighty, chat. Where were we? Flaming Scion, it does look like it. He gave me some minis to get started with, a few Chaos Marine Sorcerers, Blood Angels, and a Demon Prince. Nice, that's a decent start, my friend. Myth, I'm running Bikes, ATV, Gladiator, Impulsor, 6 Assaults, Hellblasters, 6 Suppressors, 3 Rads, then maybe the Bunker. It can target every eligible unit in shooting phase, so it means that it can shoot everything with all of its shots, which is kind of a benefit. Red Belly, yeah, good. You'll be in and out. No worries, mate. Glad to have you with us. Flaming Scion. Since I'm getting started, I'm going first to start painting. The same friend gave that set of minis that were kind of old, apparently, when they used to be beautiful minis rather than resin. After that, I'll try and learn the game itself. Yep, too easy. Definitely recommend going that route. Chief 175 points. Yep, cool. Bav, my guess is they don't want you to use it in games, just buy it for scenery purposes. Yeah, maybe. The Rainy Redman saying the launcher also needs line of sight to shoot. Yep, that is correct, my friend. And Flame Scion, thanks for the follow, my friend, and welcome to the chapter. Red Belly redeemed a Hydrates. Now, if you look at your channel point redeems, there is a new redeem down there. I have got the Deck of Pain app on my phone. For 2,000 channel points, you can get me to do the Deck of Pain. And it'll make me do a random number of reps of a particular exercise. Yeah, Flaming Scion, it's going to be sick. And Bav, I shall replay it. Flaming Scion, I'm going to replay your alert, my friend.
The chapter calls and we answer.
How's that for you, Bav? I've gone through and gotten a whole bunch of Dawn of War audio alerts from the Dawn of War games to do that up. Yeah, thanks, Flaming Scion. Yeah, I managed to catch up with everyone, and they really like the alert sound being from Dawn of War.
What's the alert sound?
I think it's the one that's for follows. I've got the chapter calls and we answer.
Okay, like from which Dawn of War? Because I didn't really play much of the first. I played a bit of the second.
I think it's the first one.
Yeah, okay.
And Chief has just redeemed the first Deck of Pain for me.
The what, sorry?
The first. So what the Deck of Pain is, it's a app that's you hit it and it gives you a random number of reps for a random exercise.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah, okay. Yeah, Deck of Pain. I definitely follow now.
So I hit the gym this afternoon, so I'm pretty sore. So I'm gonna have to see how that goes. But I've got it where you can only redeem it once an hour.
Well, that's still 24 hours, mate.
But I'm not streaming for a full 24 hours.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Too easy, Chiefs. Once you're back, let me know and I'll do it. But it's nothing too hard. I think the version I've got is because I can set it to what it is. So,
oh yeah.
So I've set it to
So people can't accidentally leave you with the Arnold challenge, for instance.
yes.
The Arnold Series challenge or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Too Easy Flame Scion, thank you for jumping in for a little bit. Yeah, if you check out the panels below, it'll tell you my streaming schedule, what I've got going on. I've got some 40k events I'll be covering coming up. Hit ! Discord. You can jump into Discord there as well.
Do you ever use a hairdryer in your painting?
No, I don't.
I highly recommend.
Yeah?
Oh, it's one of the best life hacks ever, man. Like in the space of 20 seconds, I just put 3 layers completely dry on the base.
Yeah, right.
Like it's one of those little things. I've got like a little sticky hook, right?
Yeah.
It's actually underneath my table. And so I can hang the hairdryer underneath the table, because obviously you don't want to be bringing it up and having the hot air go over the top of your palette or anything.
Yes. Especially if
Because
it's a wet palette.
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, yeah, wet palette might hold up for like an extra second, but yeah, either way, definitely not. So yeah, doing it on the table and stuff. As a little bit TMI as it is, almost between your legs, but it's just handy to kind of just put it down there.
Yeah.
Bang, instant dry. One thing though is certainly with G-Dub plastic, hold it a fair bit away, because I actually have softened the plastic before to the point that it can droop. The plastic has a very quick heating point.
Yeah.
It's really it's honestly must be like about a 5-degree band between actually being pretty still solid and malleable, like pretty solid, and then all of a sudden it's just like, nah, I'm gone.
Yeah, right.
And that was actually on a comp model where I learned that. That was a bit like, oh shit. Sorry, I shouldn't swear, but it's like, crap. The spear of this model is now slightly bent. Oh,
yeah.
Cool. No worries. And it's a unique character, and it's going into a competition.
Oh, lovely.
So, some swears happened that day.
Yes, they definitely would have.
Yeah. That's alright. If you ever get those sort of quirky little things, sometimes you can just make up with it with a good paint job or something else.
Yeah. Or you just wait for it to, cool down, and you hold it in place as it cools down.
Well, see, I tried that, but that's the thing. Like the plastic's so quite volatile with heat that it's very difficult to kind of hit that point that it'll let you do that.
Yeah, right. Okay. So it's not like failcast.
Ugh.
In any sense of the usage.
Failcast was horrible. Was and is actually. I'm still shocked that some models still come in it. Rip Eldar, basically. And
very funny bad.
Yeah, but the advantage, I guess, to it was that it definitely did hold up pretty well.
Yeah.
To that claim that they said, if you're a converter or you like customizing your models a bit more, this is the stuff for you. And it's kind of like, sure, sweet, yes, it does have this one particular property. Too bad the rest of it is absolutely inferior garbage.
Yes. Especially when Forge World is a thing.
Well, yeah, yes and no. Some of Forge World does my brain in at times. I still reckon whoever decides where to put the injection points on those molds has just a vendetta against everybody at life.
Yeah.
They definitely don't. Like some of the more newer kits, I think, are probably better.
Yeah.
But compared to the plastic kits, of course, plastic kits are brilliant.
Yeah.
With how they're now hiding even mold lines, even the way they're orientating things. Putting together the Alaris Custodes the other night, and it's sort of like, oh, I could scrape this mold line off and clean it, and then I realized when I put the guy together, it's like, oh, that mold line was hidden behind the kind of like cape thing that got going on anyway. Like, why did I bother putting that effort in? So the following two, I didn't even bother because you can't see it.
Yeah.
It's nice when they put the thought into the design, and they actually do that.
Alright, well, it looks like Stream Raiders is all ready to go, so I'm going to switch over and do that quickly. Alrighty, thank you everyone for the units, and let's get to battle. Come on, let's get this boss. Yeah, well done everyone. Thank you for the assistance. And Professor Yana, congrats on the 2 Paladin Scrolls. Alrighty, and now we're up to the boss battle. If you've got epics, this is where to use them. I'm going to put my War Beast down. So, we'll have 29 minutes, get your units in, and we'll go from there. Have you managed to nail down your list for CoastCon?
No. Well, I guess the larger question being, am I integrating or am I souping with sisters? The answer is going to be no, I don't want to, even though people would probably balk at that, go, but sisters are so strong. I'm like, yeah, I get that they are. But I don't know. I like being mono. There's a moral point of it.
Yeah.
It's the personal preference of it. I like being full mono. The custodes can actually hold their own for a moment. But when it comes to the specifics of the list that I'll run, there's 2 things in play. There's 2 things in play. One being, how does Grimdave go?
Yep.
Because, as we know, like pretty much all of my testing has only been against the one army. Just running my head up against the salamanders,
Yep.
which, being a hard counter, is a good test to a point. It's at this point, like, I've got all the data and stuff, and it's like, well, keep working, and I could keep building then a skewed list to attempt to beat the salamander list. But it's kind of like, well, what's it going to do against Horde? What's it going to do against... Well, like, it's the standard question. Okay, you can take on mech, but what are you going to do against Gek and Tech?
Yeah.
That's where, again, I haven't actually ran the Aquilian yet. And I think when I was doing like some fake dice rolls a couple of nights ago, just because I was bored watching TV and, just had the dice tray there, and I was going, well, what if I had 5 Aquilian Terminators standing around Castellan Knight? Like, Castellan's the big guy, isn't it?
Yes.
Or is that the... Yeah, it's like standing around a Castellan or a Valiant, right? you know, how good do they punch? And well, at least in a couple of the, you know, 20 attacks, in pretty much every single time, every single round of fighting, they picked an entire knight up and threw it off the table.
Yeah, right.
So this, like in my mind, it's like a little Monty Python skit where like 5 little ants come up to like a giant person and just pick them up with unhuman strength and just throw them off the screen, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Which is, it's kind of true, because like, holy hell, do those gauntlets punch, man. You know, strength 10, neg 4, flat 2 damage, 4 attacks each, hitting on 2s because they're not unwieldy for custodes. You know, one of the good few things that they've at least recognised custodes should be able to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, like most things, you're wounding on 2s without argument. Well, you're wounding Primaris on 2s without argument. You're wounding everything else on 3s.
Yeah. Thanks
Very
for
respectively.
King Barrel. And how you going, mate?
The real big turnaround for it, really, is what I've realised, is the neg 4. Like, that's just insane.
Yeah.
Like, to walk up to, you know, a group of Primaris Marines and just go, all right, I hit you for, you know, yeah, what would it be? You suffer 10 wounds, and you pick up that entire squad, and then off it goes. You don't even get a chance to roll a save.
Yeah.
When you have, when you can manipulate the attack, not manipulate, but when you can have the dice out of the equation, because the dice are the things we can't control, right?
Yeah.
When you can create that sort of scenario, it's like, well, you know, now, you know, like who's the captain now, kind of thing.
Because you've also, the other thing you got to keep in mind with that, though, is if they've already used transhuman, particularly like against Primaris.
Yeah, agreed. And I was going to say, like, transhuman can kind of change that a little bit, but I think a lot of the time too, that's where the weight of fire or the weight of attacks is then going to come into play, because, you know, 5 guys throwing out 20 attacks, even by the numbers, that gets it down to 10. You know, you can pretty much, safe to say, like, if I've done my job correctly, these guys are always going to have a captain next to them. So they're 2-3 rolling 1s, which, in my experience, is always a 1. So, okay, let's just knock 1 off, go 19. So even if we then purely flatten it and give it the benefit of the doubt and say 9 wounds go through, still 2 flat damage each, and unless it's just intercessors running in a squad of 10, like I think a lot of Marine players are going to be running min-sized squads, right, or 5-man squads.
Yeah.
That player is still picking that entire unit up.
Yeah.
A lot of the time.
Yeah. Like that
I think
will pick up any firstborn units. No sweat.
Oh, 100%. Well, and that's the thing, like, it's what I need to get much better at is how I use it. I want to start getting better at walking them around the table rather than relying on deep strike.
Yeah.
You know, and that's just, to be honest, that's just the gauntlets. They're still walking around with, you know, mini bloody laser cannons in their hands.
Yeah. So they're no slouches with shooting as well.
Oof. And the thing is too, absolutely not. It's like you'd be a bit bonkers not to go these guys. Like, they're 10 points more than Alaris.
Yeah.
That's it. They're actually the same cost as Alaris if you take them with the bolter option. So even if you don't actually change the ranged weapon, which is the only thing that actually changes their price, you don't actually spend any more, but you get a Terminator with this, you know, power gauntlet, and arguably the bolter as well.
Yeah.
That just, you know, pummels things. The only thing is that at the end of the day, when you turn around and, like myself, like, you run 5 of them, that is a full, close to 1/4 of your army. It's 450 points.
Yeah.
Like, it's classic custodes sting. really.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah.
But I was a little bit nervous this morning when I found out that this points FAQ had come out, and I'm like, oh, please don't touch the Alaris, please don't touch the Venatari.
Yeah.
And they didn't, fortunately.
Yeah, they just hit your neg 1 hit back, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw my comment. I don't know where I put it, actually. I think I might have put it in a different chat. That dude's out.
No, it was in that chat. It was in our chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, that dude's out. 2 reasons. One is the list was perfectly 2,000 points. It was very it was satisfying as hell. It was like, I got a custodes list like army to be exactly 2,000. Like that's not common.
Yeah.
And because he went up by 20 points, because they they bumped him up 10 points on his base model, and they put the cost of the Vexilla back in.
Yeah.
So it was like, okay, cool, 10 points for this and 10 points for that. It was pretty rough. And I'm like, well, I didn't kind of really rate him that much at the moment anyway.
Yeah.
Because, neg 1 to hit is so... Like, people are so blasé about it now because I could be advancing anyway. Or I could have been moving with my heavy weapon squad anyway. And I'm already neg 1 to hit, so what does it matter?
Yeah.
So, because of the way that 9th works... And I found this myself as well, where when I was proxying the Sagittarium with their really cool sort of heavy bolter, assault heavy bolters that have essentially a laser beam second profile on it as well. I would run them, and because they're assault, I'm like, all right, sweet. I'm just going to shoot you anyway at neg 1 on both the profiles, and it says that if you shoot with both profiles, you neg 1 to hit, and you're like, well, I don't care. I'm already neg 1 because I've because I've run.
Yeah.
And stuff like that, and same thing sort of goes. It's like, well, if I verse, again, I'll use that Salamander's list for example. If I'm versing that, and he moves his heavy dudes, he's like, well, why would I bother spending 1 CP to make them act as if they haven't moved? I'm already neg 1. So I'm saving my opponent's CP.
Yeah.
In this, like, that's the way I look at it. It's kind of like, well, I'm paying 120 points to take something that a lot of the time my opponent can either not care about or just doesn't really do anything for me in 9th. It's very 8th.
Yeah.
That thing. And even though I'm pretty sure I saw it in pretty much every custodes list that went to Uprising, I think.
Yeah.
I think. It was in there a lot. It might have been 1 or 2 that wasn't there.
Thanks,
so it would be really kind of interesting to, I think there was something like, there was over 10 custodes listed Uprising. There's quite a few. But it would be great to sort of, in an imaginary world, grab those 10 blokes, sit them down and go, all right, so what was good and what wasn't?
Yeah.
And I think that particular unit, the neg 1 to hit banner, would be probably a hot topic.
Yeah. Yeah. Just in light of the Dark Angels, so they've got a stratagem on their, what is it, on their Death Wing, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Or it might be the Green Wing, I can't remember which one it is. But they get to fire any weapons and they count as assault and rapid fire whilst in close combat. And they're on a 5+ ballistic skill. Like it says a 5+, not a
Yeah.
minus to hit, and so that's where that
Yeah.
would come in. Because then they would be going to a 6-up if you're in close combat with them.
Mm. Well, it's kind of like if, say for instance that Vexilla was to affect a Colexis.
Yeah.
You'd say, well, actually, no. This is the sad thing, is that it can't affect a Colexis, but you could literally make a Colexis untargetable. Unless you were Eldar Reapers, who always hit on a 3.
Yep, and that always feels bad.
Or does the Vindicator Assassin always hit on a 2?
I think he always hits characters on 2s.
Yeah, or is it a case of your
Hey, silly
ballistic
putty, how's it
stick and
going?
stuff?
I'm
I can't
going
remember
well,
on that one.
mate.
I'll have to double check. So yeah, like, that'd be a funky interaction if you could do silly stuff like that. But
Yeah.
So I've actually speaking of assassins, and that's the thing. Like, I know I shouldn't do it. I know it's a trap, and I keep flirting with them. For Grim Dave, I'm probably going to put the assassin back in place of the Vexilla.
Yeah.
Just for a bit of fun, really.
Well, I mean,
like, I know they're not that crash hot competitively, but I'd just be interested to see how they go.
Yeah, especially for what you guys are discussing for CoastCon as well, where we're still not sure about a psychic matchup. Like, having you practice with, say, a Colexis,
Well, that's the sort of thing. It's like CoastCon's interesting because obviously it's a 4-man team event, and like I'm expecting a fair bit of chaos demony sort of stuff going on. There's going to be at least one, maybe 2, but guaranteed 1 heavy Thousand Suns player there.
Yeah.
And it will be like sorcerer spam garbage. I don't expect him to put Magnus down, but easily sorcerer's cabal, like full on Ahriman, at least 2 exalted.
Yeah.
Buttload of rubrics and the mini sorcerers that come with them, and a chaos prince or 2 as well. So 4 to 5 full on psychics. Obviously with Thousand Suns as well, so even a little more potent. And it's just one of those things where I just turn around and go, well, we either can build a list that can really take it on, and again, if we were being compy, that's where I'd be like, nah, cool, no worries, I'm going a full Sisters list. Because Sisters can really shut Psychic down pretty hard.
Yeah.
You do have to still build it to do so, like with relics and particular character interactions and choices and stuff like that. But when they got their codex, they got some real hardcore, like, nope, you don't get to do this stuff. So that's like, you could take that route, or like I threw out to the team, is like, do we even care? Is it one of those things where, like, maybe if we're going to be running Silver Tide, does it matter? Yeah, because he's going to be like, all right, I smite you, like, sweet, I get back up and I keep walking forward. It's like, can you negate the powers through basically, in my funky way of putting it, would be like doing a Daria and literally just like putting your hand up and be like, I don't care. So, yeah, like, do you have to be scared about it if you've got an army list that can kind of be like so blasé? Like, that's what's I'm interested to see if he's going to run, and I think he is going to go for the
Silver Tide list.
The Silver Tide, because that's that other thing I sort of threw out there as well. And then I'd be interested to see what you think, is that, do you go to your 3 other guys and yourself and say, build the best list you can individually as if you were an individual player, or, because it is a teams event where you do sometimes skew real hard, is it one of those things where you go, okay, we've got one mech, 1 tech, 1 horde kind of thing? Like, do you sort of do that? Do you turn around and go, make a couple of, not cookie cutter lists, but fill those different kind of like list styles.
I'll just get to chat and then I'll answer that
Alright.
for you.
Yeah.
Alrighty, chat. How are we all doing? Hope you're enjoying the stream. We've got Myth sitting with us in chat on Discord, hanging out. We're talking about an event coming up as well. Actual Goldfish, not bad, mate. Bit warm, alright. But alright, yourself. Yeah, I'm going well, mate. Going well. Silly Putty, glad you went with Dark Age. Yeah, mate, they're getting some good stuff. Actual Goldfish saying, nah, I've got to be direct. Nah. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Nah. You're standing on my neck. Nah. You're standing on my neck. Nah. Haven't heard Daria mention it forever. Good show. Very funny, my friend. Very funny. So we've got Stream Raiders going. If you want to jump in on that, there's still plenty of time for that. I believe it's ! battle will give you the link. I could be wrong. So yeah, we're just talking about CoastCon, which is coming up in a couple of weeks. I'll be heading down and streaming the entire event. It's going to be absolutely awesome. Myth is a part of the Canberra team that I'll be traveling down with. So it's going to be great. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream and getting some content in for your Friday nights. If you have any questions or have anything you want to ask us, feel free to pop it into chat. If not, let me know what you're working on. If you're working on a hobby or if you're just hanging out, welcome. It's great to have you with us tonight. Alright, so my kind of thoughts on that. So, because I've done an 8-man teams event previously, it's a lot easier to kind of gauge what people are going to take and what to anticipate that people will actually take than what it is at a 4-man's team event. Because whilst yes, you can prep for saying, okay, you know, we're going to prep for a psych, like you can't necessarily say, oh, it's going to be 1,000 Sun psychic list, but what if you come up against a Grey Knight psychic list? Like, you've packed it full of demon anti-infantry fire when really you need the anti-marine fire as well. So really, it's more about designing lists that can deal with archetypes rather than specific codex-focused lists. So if you're going to create, say, an anti-psyker list, you got to go, okay, what are the armies that have a lot of psychers in them, and kind of look at what they bring and go, okay, I need to have enough stuff in the army to be able to deal with both of these things. Not, you know, not absolutely kick them in the face turn 2 and GG, shake hands, game's done. But more in the sense of being like, okay, I can still score my objectives, I can still deny them scoring their objectives. You know, how else can I go about this? You know, do I need to be mobile? Do I need to be more defensive and just hold back? I don't really care about primary because more than likely, if they're demons or Grey Knights, more than likely they've got more speed than me. So really, I just need to kind of hold my own board edge, score what points I can for my team, and be like that. Like, that was something that I did kind of going into the ATC way back when, was I sat down and I looked at all the lists, and I actually got the players that were on the team to go, okay, have a look at everyone's lists and mark down, you know, what you think you'll be good against, what you think you'll do okay with, and what's a bad matchup.
Yeah.
And so it was then on the individual players. And so then I went into matchups having a rough idea, you know, what they'd be good at, what they wouldn't be. And there were some times where a matchup would literally only have yellow and red. And I'd have to go...
And you're gonna, I think you're always going to get that.
Yeah.
Like, there's very few lists that can never do that. And I think that's the swing of the general at the end of the day too, is like, okay, cool, the general's going to be able to turn the yellow into a win.
Yeah.
Very rarely, you know, obviously a red can become a win as well, but that's sometimes more to do with dice luck and whoever's piloting the other side and stuff as well. Not to say that it's impossible, but
Yeah, it
that one
comes
you
down
don't
to other
have to
factors.
bank on.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, I think honestly, just for the four-mans, like as Rob's been saying that it's more of a beer hammer event. Yes, Martino
Yeah.
and Morrisoli and all that are coming, but at the end of the day, if they want to come and shit kick people, like when it's clearly a beer hammer style event, then they're just there for the ITC points more than anything.
I don't think it's really going to play down like that. Like what they wrote into the pack to try and mitigate that, which is sort of saying, well, you can only have 2 people who have been in the championships or the team championships in the last 2 years in the team to essentially sort of say, no, you're not bringing
team.
championship teams. Yeah, exactly. That was really clever because at first I read that I was like, what the hell is this? Like I don't even understand it.
But then
because I'm
Morrisoli,
not so inclined. Yeah.
You get Morrisoli, Martino, and 2 of the other strong Vic lads in a team, and they just come and they'd have top medalists and they'd just ruffle stomp.
Yep, just club seals, as we say.
Yeah.
Baby seals. So yeah, it was absolutely like it's a good little line.
Yeah. And I think
it's one of those.
Also followed it for the Vic event as well.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, I think it's an attempt to try and include people. Some people would turn around and go, oh, it's trying to block out well-established players. It's like, well, well-established players have played enough. What if it means that some of these big guys turn around to some of the newer guys in the block and go, hey, do you want to come on with us? Like, can you imagine that if you just started out and you were hanging out in House of War in Melbourne? Maybe not just started out, but let's just say you've just started out getting into the ITC side of things, like starting to get into comp, and you get the likes of Morrisoli come up to you and going, hey man, blah 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 blah, or Martino, whatever. You wanna come, kick some shit. He's like, that'd be pretty cool. Like, and the thing is, I sort of actually went through something similar to that 1 year where I did do ATC as well.
Yeah.
I think it was the first one of the very first big events for 8th. That was like a massive learning curve for everybody.
Yeah.
And I think it was sort of just before he started to kind of get on the map, I'd say. It was before all these Terracon wins and all that sort of stuff, but I actually did end up playing Morrisoli. It was the first time he'd ever run Sisters. It's the first time I ever saw Sisters, because it was kind of like 8th with the index and stuff, sort of like reinvigorated him, gave him like a bit of a chance, right? And obviously Celestine was out with her new model and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And like that was a fun game, and it is what it is. Like, I could still turn around and go, and like he didn't. I had a very bad list, so sorry. I was about to say I didn't get my shit pushed in. I did, but that was because it was the start of 8th and I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah.
And I'm the kind of person who learns by losing a lot. But I'll flip the tables on you eventually. It's like same thing. Like I keep having my ass handed to me by that Salamanders list. His day will come.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying, is that I know what I'm like. It's a bit of a Goku factor. I keep getting smacked around. But eventually I'll work it out and I'll find the sweet spot. And then it'll all be back on, sort of thing. And yeah, like rolling back to the original point of including people. Yeah, it's actually something.
Frederick, thank you for the follow.
If other people are doing it
beyond
CoastCon, but if it was, say, started because of that little addition into that CoastCon pack, then that's it's something that the guys who wrote the CoastCon pack should be proud of. I think that's really good for the community.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just gonna chat with chat for a sec. Alrighty. Where are we? Actual Goldfish, you were talking about your hobby stuff, weren't you? Feel like a bit of hobby tonight, but not sure what I should do. Can't base coat the night or do any other hairbrushing because the compressor. I have brakes noise restrictions. Dude, that's rough. But, pumping rap music all night's fine.
Actually, Babs got a suggestion of doing a cardboard a case around it, like with cardboard or maybe even styrofoam, possibly. Could do that. I wonder if Bunnings is still open. They're generally open till 9 p.m. at night, Actual Goldfish. Generally. And then Actual Goldfish, Bab is saying you can use the black plush installation thing, yeah? Chiefed, you're back? Alright. Chiefed is back, so I'm going to do the Deck of Pain.
Alright,
And I
have fun.
have finished the Necrons as well.
Oh, nice.
That's another 5 warriors done, so that's the unit. Alright, I'm just going to mute over here. Alright. Now, you guys, Chief spent 2,000 channel points to get me a Deck of Pain. So what this is, it is a core exercise that I will be doing, or it's classic, and a random number of reps. So I'm going to do that. So I'm just trying to figure out how to get it. Let me restart the app. So core. Alright. 4 reps of leg raises. And just for you, Chid, because you're waiting. And 4 Russian twists as well. So, I'm going to do this for you guys. Literally right here. So, what was it? I did some of these at the gym today, actually. So, what is it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the Russian twist these guys. Alright. That wasn't too bad for the first go. I only got 4 reps of each exercise.
Oh, okay. What did you have to do?
I had to do 4 leg raises, 4 reps of leg raises, and 4 torso rotations.
Oh, that's not too bad unless you had a massive Mexican dinner, you'd be fine.
Nah, I leftover pizza from last night after going to the gym and doing a 12-minute run for distance.
Yep, nice.
And then the rest of the workout on top of that. So, but no, it's good. So the core's a bit sore because I did an absolutely brutal core block as a part of it earlier in the week, and it's still recovering. So,
yeah.
But other than that, it's yeah, it's slowly recovering, but I definitely felt it. So
It's one of those things, like, certainly after the year we've all just had, I think a lot of people are really kind of trying to get into the whole working back on yourself thing.
Yeah, 100%.
It's funny, I think it's really kicked off in only the last couple of weeks too. It's almost like we saw this big surge in Warhammer events, and then it's almost like a bit of a surge in like sort of fitnessy sort of stuff as well.
Yeah.
It's in the people I hang out with anyway.
Yeah. Alright, I'm just going to do Stream Raiders and chat with chat for a sec. Alrighty, so Stream Raiders is ready to go. Thank you everyone for the units. Oh, how many have we got on the field? Where is it? 30 units, you guys are nuts! Thank you for putting those units down. Let's kill these bosses, shall we? Alright, well done everyone. Thank you all for the units. Red Belly and Mini Heavy, congratulations on your scrolls for the Musketeers. Alright, and we're on to a new map. And I'm going to get some rewards here. I'm just going to quickly collect these and then I can set up the next battle for everyone. Alright. Oh, we got some spicy stuff. But there is actually no... There's a loyalty skin chest there. And then we've got the gold one. I reckon let's go this way. We'll go down the bottom. We'll hit that chest and we'll get the gold one as well. And we got this chest here too. Alright. So... if you want to place down your units, go for it. I am going to place down a Centurion. And we will go from there. Alright, so, chat. Where are we up to? So, actual goldfish. Chief's like 20 more warriors to go. Yep, I got 30 actually. Vav, like if they use their music in studios, then it's quite cheap to get over here. Yeah, actual goldfish, yeah. Vav, yeah, indeed. I could potentially just run it and see if the cops show up. Yeah, you could, but also it's like, you know, soundproofing would be nice. You could go that route. Thanks, Chiefs. Mumble rap move over. It's time for conversation. Compressor ballads. Bav, are people in your area not confined to their own house for COVID? No, we actually aren't. So we're actually quite lucky that in the Australian Capital Territory, which is where I live, we actually don't have any cases at the moment. And we haven't had to be in lockdown since about May last year. Actual Goldfish lives in one of our northern states called Queensland. And they've been fairly lucky. Yeah, he's in Australia. Game on, Steve. How you going, mate? I see Red Belly's back as well. We've got Myth in chat, chatting with us this evening, guys, hanging out, doing some hobby, which is absolutely awesome. Thank you for all hanging out. Frederick, hope you're going well, my friend, and enjoying the stream, and joining in on the Stream Raiders as well. What's been happening? How's your week been? I'm just going to transition into painting some Terminators that need a bit more work done, and I'm going to jump back in with Myth. Alrighty, I am back.
Welcome.
Alright. So yeah, what we were touching on, like list styles for CoastCon, weren't we?
Yeah.
So yeah, I really think like in terms of the Silver Tide list, it depends on how many warriors he's actually putting down and what else is in the list.
Yeah, see the problem is like definitely don't know a lot about, say, the lists that are out there.
Yeah.
I can assume what it does. Like it's pretty obvious from the name, and then you ask them 10 seconds later, it's like, well, okay, cool. There's a buttload of warriors. They just keep getting back up. They're very obsec, so they play to the objective, which is play to the game, which is very important at the moment. And that's certainly one thing that I've still struggling a bit to get around my head is like how, and it's not like what I was doing in the very first few games, which was like, just kill everything, in that very older mentality. Whereas now what I'm finding, I'm getting a little bit of like maybe decision paralysis, where it's like I should walk forward and I should just take the risk because I need to be on that objective. It's like maybe I don't do that. Maybe I don't want to lose my guys.
Yeah.
You know, objectives, the way that they've sort of set out in a lot of these missions, tend to really just sit right out there as well.
Yeah, like they're not in your deployment zone for some of those missions.
Yeah, well, for like I think even half those missions, they're not in your deployment zone or something like that. And then, you know, even if you've got 1 or 2 in your deployment zone, if you want to be getting the 15 points, like you can't just sit there and castle up and get 15 points every turn. You need to walk forward. You need to be out there. You need to be sitting on that stuff.
Yeah.
And I think obviously units that are OBSEC very good at that. You know, custodes. I'm
Thanks,
OBSEC on
Spider-King.
everything. Lol.
I'm trying to adjust it. I've dropped it down to 1%
Minus my
volume.
vehicles.
Let
But
me
I
know
don't
how
run
that
vehicles.
sounds.
Oh, sorry, no, I take that back. I am for Grim Dave, but yeah, you know, it's a style that I'm still trying to find my feet with.
Yeah.
Again, certainly versus armies that can unload a lot of shooting, it's very tricky.
Yeah.
That's the way to put it.
Yeah. Like, it's definitely a nuance getting the right objectives and seeing how it's all going.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So. It's just really a thing where you've got to just test it out, really. It's just really a thing where you've got to just test it out. Oh, that's double playing. I was just testing the stream out. Because Spartakin was telling me in chat that the pretzel rocks that I'm playing in the background is increasing the volume when you're speaking. When you finish talking and it drowns me out.
Okay.
Yeah. Spartakin, is that sounding better now, mate? Hopefully it is. If not, all I'll do is just move the mic so it's a bit closer to where I'm actually speaking to sound a bit better. Thanks, Spartakin. Is it because the mic's closer to me, or is it because of dropping the volume? Yeah. I did have as I said earlier to your myth, the mic decided to not work via USB, and I had the sound perfectly set up, which is really frustrating. And I just added a little bit of gain to it, so hopefully that should be sounding a lot better for you guys. It just means that I have to look over the mic itself, and just
You're coming through pretty good for me.
Yeah, and just adjust a few things. So hopefully that's sounding a bit better for you all. Alrighty. Now, I was going to do... And this is the problem with where I'm up to on these Terminators, because I had to cut off some old conversions that I did on these guys previously. Because I actually added some combat blades on the bottom of the Storm Bolters. And because the colour of the bolters is actually very different to what the proper colour of the bolter is, it's going to be very hard to get it to match. Because I'm using corn red, and I think it's closer to like Mephiston or something like that. But again, it was a colour I mixed up myself.
Oh, right, okay.
So I don't know the exact.
So you have a fun time trying to recreate it.
Yeah. So I'm just doing corn red, and I'll just leave it at that more than anything. And it's not too out of place. It's just on the underside, so it's not really something you'd notice from looking at it from the top down.
Yeah.
So yeah. But yeah,
40k orcs have red eyes, don't they?
I believe so.
Yeah, good. This guy does. It's like, I was about to give him like normal eyes. I'm like, oh no, they have like reddish eyes, I thought.
Yeah. Awesome game on Steve. Windsor and Newtons are a great brand. They are a bit pricey, but you pay for the quality that you get. So, Game on Steve in chat's just saying he picked up some a couple of Windsor and Newton brushes because Jolt just got them back in stock in the past couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
So, they're quite a good brush from what I hear.
Right, have you never used them?
No.
Mate. So here's the thing, right? I'll say to a lot of people, don't go out and buy Series 7s straight away. Don't start on G-Dub brushes though.
Yeah.
The Army Painter ones that you have there that I think I've seen you use, they're not too bad.
Yeah.
They're
the ones
Mod
I've been
FX
recommending to start with.
Yeah, the Mod FX ones are good for like, you pay like $6 for them, so they're good for about 2 weeks. Like ultimately, it comes down to your painting style, how good you are at cleaning it, and a few other things. But yeah, like I feel like you should eventually, like when you get to that point, you kind of graduate to then, grab yourself some Series 7s and give them a go. And you're certainly at the point where you'd be fine with them.
Yeah.
The main thing is obviously because they are quite expensive. What I actually have started doing quite a while ago, but it's helped, is I dip the end in a bit of white paint, let it dry, and then I write the purchase date on it. So the one I'm using right now, for instance, is May last year, May 2020.
Yeah.
So I've gotten nearly a year out of it.
Mm.
Granted, I didn't paint a lot last year, but it's one of those things is like, I've got to make sure I get a decent amount of time out of the brush.
Yeah, value for money.
They do eventually just go a bit south. Like they will lose it. Like you can do everything possible to kind of keep them alive, but they'll lose that luster.
Yeah, as with any brush.
Mm-hmm. It's really bad too, because obviously in Australia, Canberra specifically too, the air's very dry. Days like today, it's almost a little bit tropical. I've actually quite enjoyed the weather today.
Yes, it was quite a nice
It's one of
day.
those. I wish I was at home playing games. Actually, it was a great day to kind of just have the windows open and that smell of rain come through. But
yep.
Alas, we have to earn the dollars.
Yep.
Yeah, one other thing too though is that if you don't want to go forking out the premium for the Windsor Newtons, there is ones called Raphael, I want to say 1803s. They're used a lot by the Arcane Paintworks guys, so Mark and Meg.
Yeah, right.
Like their one of their blogs was where I first saw the make number of it. I guess like I said, the Raphael. I'm pretty sure it's 1803. I'll check it for you.
Yeah.
You can get them for anywhere, but depending on who you're comparing to, for half, if not a third of the price of the Windsor Newtons. And from what I've heard, they're very, very similar.
Yeah, right. So I've got a couple of guys in chat. So we've got Spartacans just saying Windsor and Newtons are good, but Opus beat them.
Keep talking to your chat. I'll talk on that one in a minute.
Yeah. Bav, what did you try and do? I've got to give you a permit, Bav. To be able to do that, my friend. Yeah, always ask for links. And Game One Steve wants the link pass. Yep. Red Belly. Depends on how usable the brush is and what state it's in. Airbrush versus Series 7, it depends on the task, Chief. I will, it will always depend on preference in terms of that area. Some people prefer painting with airbrushes primarily. Others prefer half and half, like myself. And other people just fully prefer brushwork. Now, let me give Game on Steve and Vav your permits. There should be yours, Game on Steve. And there's yours, Bav. Alright, where are we? Red Belly, surely you just build a fort with hundreds of brushed overtime. Yeah. Yeah, Bav, it does do that one. It does delete a lot of it. Game on Steve posted in the link for War and Peace games for Vallejo Model Air. They're stocking them now. Interesting. $2 Vallejo Air. That's crazy. And what are we looking at here, Bav? Let's have a look. The Gallery Pencil Reeks. Okay. Are they the ones that you use? Yep, cheapo brushes, yep. Yeah, I did see that as well, Game on Steve, where it's got the $2 Citadel Air. Sorry about that, Myth. The Game on Steve is posting up the link to War and Peace games who have currently got Vallejo Air and Citadel Air down to $2.
Oh, nice. Vallejo Air's got some great colours in it.
Yeah, I think he was saying it's the Model Air.
Yeah.
For Vallejo, at least.
Yeah. I've just jumped over back to the PC for a sec. Mr. Orca's ready for his first photo shoot.
Yeah, nice.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to find you these Raphaels. The 1803 is completely wrong. Ignore me on that number. It's an 8 something. I just need to find the right one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this sounds about right. 8413. There you go. It's sort of right.
You're in the ballpark.
Yeah. I'll flick it to you in a PM in Discord if you want to use that link for anybody. But yeah, that's the artstoreonline.com.au or Australian at least. But a size 1 is coming in at $15.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, I think these are the ones. These are the right ones. Sarah Klinsky's, but anyway, yeah, like if you can sort of like look for that same brand, they got most of them there.
Yeah,
okay. I'll take a look.
But on Artist Opus ones, so where is my thingy? I picked up the full set when I got to hang out with the venerable Andy Wardle, Henry Steele, Mark Masklins when they came around a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And so like I said, I bought a set. Andy put his name towards them. Fair enough. I think Rich has as well. That dude is on my wish list of people I need to meet before I die. I think the vibe I got from Andy because somebody asked the question, "Do you like him?" and he sort of went, Oh, look, they give them to me. So it was sort of like, oh, okay, cool. Either way, picked up the set, mostly because it came with a really nice box that I could put 4 brushes into.
Yeah.
And then I used it pretty much exclusively for my Kroll. Was it? Oh, fuck, what's her title? But anyway, 30k Sisters of Silence.
Yeah.
The head of the Sisters of Silence, and whatnot. And first thing I'll say, and I have heard this as well, because I did a bit more reading not long ago actually on them, because I was like, oh, do I look into getting any more? The one was buggered from the get-go, and the one being kind of like your go-to guy, and the problem was the guide hair was way too long. So it actually messed up the whole form of the brush and the way that the paint and everything came out, which is really disappointing. And I was kind of like, well, what do we do here? So, you know, in my infinite wisdom, I attempted to just cut the individual hair itself, which I managed to. I didn't really gut the brush, but it just didn't really work. So the one is kind of like that was it. I just busted a whole brush up straight away, kind of thing. Like I could use it for base coating and not care, but if I wanted it for detail, it's gone.
Yeah.
The 0 and the 00 got a lot of work. I wouldn't say they're necessarily any better. And that reading that I had done, like a lot of forums, people were saying, yeah, the guide hairs and the construction aren't so crash hot. The 000 as well, because I was putting a lot of pressure, I guess, on the brush itself. Is actually not the triple, sorry, the double is actually bent. So the foil actually, or I think you call it the foil, the silver part, has actually bent a little bit. Yep. Has actually bent a little bit because of the pressure I was using my hand, because I was like, you know, if I'm at that point using a 00, I'm doing some very fine stuff as I was. Yeah. So, well, look, the way I look at it is that I got a very nice case that holds 4 brushes for $150 with some brushes in them that were not worth $150. That's my raw opinion on them.
Yep.
Go hard for them if you like them, but having heard that other people have had similar experiences, I could not recommend them. Sorry. I'm gonna recommend the Raphaels, or the only reason I would recommend Winsor & Newton is if you can get them on sale now. I used to be able to go to the most expensive art shop in town and buy them for $30. That same place now sells them for $60.
Yep.
You know, people know that the Kolinsky Sable hair brushes are the be-all and the end-all. They're not, but
Yeah.
I think your tool enables you, it doesn't make you. As I say, it's my argument against wet palettes, actually. Not that I don't use them, it's just that there is a cult out there.
Yes.
Not the good kind.
Yes. Where they pretty much look down on people who don't use them.
Yeah. Yeah, so, exactly.
Yeah. But they are definitely helpful in Canberra heat.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of depends. Like I think I grew up. Like wet palettes have only become popularized in the last 5 years.
Yeah, 5-10 years.
Yeah, I'd say maybe 10. Oh, I don't know if I heard about them 10 years ago, but let's go back to
Cypher,
maybe when
how
I
you
started
going,
my adult painting life. Maybe, oh shit, nearly is 10 years ago. All right, hold my beer. You know, I think it was sort of some people would like, oh yeah, wet palette, and like, never heard of it. All right, cool, move on. But certainly way back when I first started, no, your paint was getting dry, put more water in it.
Or just put more paint out, right?
Put more paint out, put more water in it. Like, what's this medium stuff you're talking of?
Yeah.
You know. So yeah.
So Cypher in chat has just said the silver part is called the ferrule.
Feral, that's right. Yep. So I was kind of close. What did I call it? Feral? No. Can't remember what I called it now. Feral, yeah. Like, have you seen that video that's the construction of a Winsor Newton?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. And so you would have seen how, like, the way that the lady or the person is putting it together, and they're kind of using their hands to tease it out, and it is still a hand-done thing, right? And that's, you know, they're shaping it and they're getting that guide hair, because there is that final pointed hair, and that's what I mean. Like, you can kind of use that to inform.
Ferrule game on Steve. Okay.
Or I can use that to inform sort of what was going on with the artist Opus ones, and sort of like why I figured it was buggered.
Yeah.
So.
So the Game on Steve corrected me on the pronunciation of the ferrule. It's ferrule. So
yeah.
You say it Ferrool. And then actual Goldfish is like, fucking feral, mate.
Hold on, let me get my VB. Get a tinny. Yeah.
Crack a tinny.
Where parts being used. So I'm looking at the chat now. Give myself a quick break.
Yeah.
Just in general, but yeah, it's really funny actually. So here's another one for you then. How often have you gone down to the art shop and looked at the actual tubes of normal paint or oil paint and thought, oh, I should put that on my minis?
Not for ages.
Oh, okay. I must be. You can tell I started at GW then. I think because like it wasn't until very recently did I ever consider normal tube acrylics as viable for minis.
Yeah, like I started
obviously
using those. Like my dad, because I started this hobby when I was 11, right? My dad would actually, like, you go to the hardware store, he'd buy, you know, massive tubes about yay long, and it'd kind of be like he'd mixed it together colors, and you know, it was a lot cheaper that way than just getting the 12mm G-dub pots.
Well, I think that was it. Like, just for so long, I always thought there was, I guess, miniature paint, and then there was normal paint. And then it was a bit of an interesting one. I was like, oh, yeah, why did I never think of, like, if I can't find the right color that I want, you know, why not just go to the normal paint section?
Yeah, because a water-based acrylic is still a water-based acrylic.
Exactly.
So, but no, I haven't used those paints in years, though, mind you.
Yeah, we got Spiderkin in chat. He was saying that wet palettes weren't a thing in art for him 20 years ago. Game on Steve is agreeing, saying tube acrylics are great on terrain. Then Spiderkin, I only have heard and looked at wet palettes myself in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And then Chief is saying, what's the purpose of palette?
The purpose, like in general?
Yeah.
Well, it's something to put your paint on.
Yeah.
That's a really. I don't know. I hope that doesn't sound condescending. It's what a palette is.
Yeah, it's just something to put your paint onto, so you're not, you know, using it straight out of the pot.
Well, like back in the day, like I don't know if you ever remember, like they literally.
Said the wet palette.
The wet palette. Well, yeah, you can explain hydraulics if you want.
Yeah. So pretty much what the wet palette does compared to a normal palette is that it's actually got like think of it like your dish foam that you use to wash dishes with. Think of it like a sponge. It's actually got a really thin one of those underneath. So if you have a look, I've kind of got on my wet palette, it's got the sponge and then it's got the paper over the top.
and you can see some of my paints over on the edges have actually separated. But if I go in and I mix them back up, hopefully, yeah, that one's gone.
But what it'll actually do is, if you seal it properly,
It will actually keep the paints longer in your palette. Now, it won't, obviously keep them indefinitely.
but it'll keep them for like a day or two.
Yeah, like depending on the what do you call it?
Weather conditions.
The season, your individual house, that sort of stuff. Like my area gets quite hot because it's upstairs.
Yeah.
But that being said, I've had my paint last a week actually.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Just depends on which one you get. Like I got the everlasting.
Wet palette.
Yeah. That was the Kickstarter one, wasn't it?
I believe so. And then Jolt finally got him in.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
It was like $50, and they've got the XL one, which is like double the size of the standard one, and that one's like 90. But
yeah, I've seen them hanging up there actually.
It's like an A5 sheet or something like that. It's crazy.
Oh, the one that I got, I got Rob to bring back for me is like it's over an A4. It's massive.
Yeah.
Takes me like 4 sessions to just get around the whole thing, putting paint on it.
Yeah. Chief's asking, sweet, so worth having. I normally just go from pot to old school plastic G-Dub palette. And she's like, we don't hate you, mate. As I've got in the title of the stream, questions are always welcome. So always feel free to ask these things. As I say, the only stupid question is the question that isn't asked.
Nah.
Yeah, Cypher's saying A5 is the rough size of the orange one that I've got. Yeah, I'd say that's about an A5 size.
Yeah.
So.
What was it on? So you should get a wet palette. Well, yeah. So the thing, like, I'll say my 10 cents on it and why I'm a little anti.
Just before that, Stream Raiders is ready, so I'll just pop over and handle that.
Oh yeah, go right.
Alrighty, thanks for all the units, guys. We've got 47 on the field. You guys are maniacs going ham on this. Thank you, everyone, for the units. And let's get it going. That was literally 3 seconds, guys. What the heck? Alrighty. And congratulations, Mini Heavy, Spiderkin, and King Beryl for your rewards. Alrighty, we're going to go down to the chests, and let's see what we have to fight for it. We have to fight a dragon. Lovely. So, if you want to go and get the chest, put down rogues. But if you want to fight the dragon, then put down other units. So, let's have another great battle, guys. Thank you so much. All right, where are we up to? Yeah, Cypher. So, wet palette slowly feeds water up to the paint through the wickening. Effects similar to a wax in a candle to keep it moist and usable for longer. Actual Goldfish, the Army Painter wet palette is decent for its price. It is. I do agree. Where are we? Actual Goldfish, if you find yourself wasting a lot of paint by it drying on the palette, then you'll save money. Yep. Chiefs, Bav saying, I recently made a wet palette myself, and to be fair, I don't think I would ever go back to using an old school palette. Yep. And then Cypher, note for new wet palette users, don't use metallics on them. The mica particles in it will pass through the paper and contaminate your sponge. Well, I haven't actually found that so far, Cypher, with my one. It's actually holding up quite well. I haven't actually seen it go through whatsoever, and I've been using metallics on it pretty consistently. Actual Goldfish learned that one the hard way. Cypher, people keep telling me that never had any problems though. I'm using paper towels instead of a sponge because I made it myself. Yeah, that's fair. I'm debating whether to get a wet palette or an airbrush. After time, you'll probably notice the metallics. Okay, Game on Steve. Yeah, okay. Check out Wet Tex from supermarket, the nice cheap dense sponge. Yeah, and just baking paper as well is how people do it on the cheap in like a Tupperware container. So we're just sharing with Chief how to make a relatively cheap and inexpensive wet palette.
Oh, I could do one for under $10, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I even just have literally spotted one of the components. You know that cheapo brand, Black and Gold?
Yep.
I think IGA stock it.
Mm-hmm.
They do, and I think you can go to Coles too, but they do, looking at the packet right now, 3 sponge cloths. And they're exactly what you want. You just cut it up, and you buy yourself a little clip lock sandwich, fella, like Tupperware, and you cut the sponge to size on that. I'd do 2 layers, just for a bit of thickness, and you got to go get some non-waxed grease-proof like baking paper.
Yeah.
And there you go. You've got yourself a wet palette.
Yeah.
So, like that'll, like, you don't need anything fancy. Because the thing is, I guess it comes down to what you want to do. If you want to preserve the paint, or if you want to keep it workable. And that's the thing I think I was kind of leaning into just before, is that a lot of the time, the posts that annoy me about wet palettes and the fanaticism is, as you said, those people who are like, oh, you must use a wet palette. It's like, why must I?
Yeah.
Oh, because this, and this. It'll make your painting so much better. It's like, will it? And a lot of those posts are often led with or complemented by people who say, oh, yeah, I used to have all these bits in my paint. It used to be, I used to get stuff in it and all that. What was another one? The paint would dry too quick, or paint consistency was really bad on a normal plastic well palette. And they go, oh, I went to a wet palette and it got so much better. I'm like, well, look, fair enough. It did get better for you, but it got better for you as a crutch. And I don't mean to insult anybody who's experienced that, but it's that if you're using a normal palette and you're finding that your paint consistency is not holding properly or is not proper to begin with, if you're getting the paint balling and drying wrong, like in the brush or in the paint, or anything similar to that you believe that a wet palette has magically cured, then you don't understand the problem to begin with. And it's like a band-aid. Like, it's kind of like going, oh, this new brush is really, really good, or what do you call it? New broom, sorry. This new broom is really, really good. I can just sweep everything around and it disappears, but in actual fact, all you're doing is pushing the dirt underneath a rug rather than pushing it out of the house. It's kind of like you miss the mark a little bit on it.
Yeah.
Whereas when you understand that what the wet palette actually does in terms of keeping the paint alive and usable for longer, like I use it when I'm doing really complex blends. So I'll have like 3 or 4 colors, pushed together, and I'm using the bits in between, stuff like that. And it's usually when I'm doing all the non-metallics, or if I'm doing the really saturated skin tone blends and stuff like that. So I don't care if I have to pull the paper up at the end of that painting session. I don't necessarily need that paint to go forever. But during that painting session, it's kind of like, well, if that was on a normal, what do you call it? In a normal well, I probably wouldn't have the space to work with, and B, could lose the particular part of mixed paint that I'm working with as I go.
Yeah.
So, like, again, it's different things for different people.
Yeah.
But, 9 times out of 10, I'm using my normal well, my normal thing.
Yeah. I just pulled up the sheet to have a look underneath, and whilst I didn't find any metallics, or what I didn't think were metallics, I did find some blue on the sponge, and a little bit of black. So I must have broken the paper at those points and not realised it.
See, that stuff will leak through. That doesn't really end up being a problem, to be honest. Like, if there's enough paint broken through that it's going to, colour new paint, like, that would have to be a pretty big break in the paper.
Yeah. Like, I definitely haven't noticed it.
No. The only thing to watch out for, and again, certainly with the temperatures we get these days, or even in any case, is don't forget about it and let it go mouldy, guys.
Yeah.
It's a good thing to actually let it dry out completely. If you're like, I'm not going to use it for like a week, just leave it open, pull the paper out, let the sponge dry.
It takes
I have opened
half
mine.
an hour to rehydrate.
Yeah, I've opened mine once or twice and gone, oh, there's a not normal colour on the corner there. Better throw those out.
Yeah.
That's why you get the cheap sponges too. Throwing them out. I don't know.
Oh, that did not land in my bin. Must have to replace that.
You're more than welcome to come over and see the sty that I'm sitting in. Actually, it's not that bad. I just, you know what? Out of all the hobby things that I can't find right now, and it's actually annoying me, I can't find my little bucket of sand.
Oh, goodness.
What self-respecting hobbyist who grew up in the 90s doesn't have sand?
Yeah.
It's got every other basing material possible.
Just not the sand. Yeah. No,
Next minute.
Yeah, I was actually looking one day and I was like, oh, I need to get some more sand for my Marines, right? Because that's what I ended up a while back getting the G-dub sand when I went through and rebased them all and got the really fine stuff. I was like, cool, oh yeah, I'm running low. I should probably get another one. And they don't sell it anymore. And I'm like, what?
No, they don't. Hey. Yeah.
And I was like, are you serious? You guys, like, for real right now?
You know what's really tricky? Is that it's actually really hard to just go and get the small amount that we use.
Yeah.
Right? Because you could go to, I don't know, Bunnings and walk away with 20 kilo bag.
Yeah.
if you're like, yeah, no worries, I'm going to use the other remaining 19.9 kilos to mix up some cement later. Because I'm building a full Space Marine bunker in real life.
Or you do what Lewis does and break it down to 500 gram things and sell it.
Although I was going to say, if you're light on sand right now, I am actually going down the coast next weekend. I will bring you back a bucket if you want.
No, I'm good. Like, I went to, funnily enough, I went and got a bunch for a Gale Force 9 sand from Mighty Ape over in New Zealand.
Oh, okay.
Because it's
You got imported sand then. I see how it is.
Well, yes, technically. But it's for my terrain. So I've got enough to cover my Marines and such going forward. That's fine. It's just the the terrain when I'm having to do like bases for nigh on 15 to 20 buildings, that will not cover it. So
Yeah, no, yep, that makes more sense.
yeah,
Sure.
Alright, I'm gonna catch up with chat for a sec. So where were we up to? Alright. Cypher's saying there's grey from Lead Belcher and Gold / Bonds from Retributor Armor and Balthazar Gold. I dare say he's talking about his one. Actual Goldfish, I've got a few spots on my sponge. Never had it change the colour of any paint on the paper. And if you don't have paint you want to save on the wet palette, just don't close the lid. Yep, that's what you were saying, Myth. And then Game on Steve's like, I have a bucket of fine white sand from Bunnings. Yep. Cypher's also said grout for tiling actually works really, really well, and it's very fine, so looks not huge granules on mini bases. And then Actual Goldfish is ribbing me for buying foreign sand. Not good, Scotty. Support Aussie beaches.
That grout one, I've never heard of that. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Because that does come in a much smaller bag, actually.
So that's a good one, Cypher. Thanks heaps. But yeah, no, I'm literally not joking about Lewis either. He literally got the 20 kilo bag from Bunnings. Put 500.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, literally put 500 grams into a baking tray, dried it all out, put it into a bag, and sells it for like $5.
Look, you gotta appreciate the man's business spirit.
Yes.
I'll pay. Look, this is the thing, and this is why I'm not gonna go driving down to Bunnings or anything in a hurry to go get sent. And I'm not, and you know, if Lewis is watching over us, which he could be, I'm not going to drive to Joel and go get some for $5 because I know that it is literally something you could just stop off on the side of a road and pick a handful up, and you're good for like 5 years.
Yeah.
You know, like I'll pay for my $60, you know, ferret hair miniature brushes, but sand, nah, good.
And then Spartacans chimed in to Actual Goldfish saying, but Scotty is supporting them. He's using everyone else's beaches rather than Aussie ones, hence saving them.
Wasn't there a beach up in Queensland that was disappearing or something, or was that overseas?
No, that's actually like a thing up in Queensland.
Yeah, I thought there was like a beach that was getting washed away and they're all complaining about it.
Too easy, Bav. Thanks for hanging out, mate. Really appreciate it and hope to catch you sometime soon. Yeah, no, there's some, some really rough erosion occurring up that way.
Well, it's just because, reality is like 2000 AD is slowly and surely heading towards the grim dark future of 40,000.
Yes.
And this is where it starts. It starts with the erosion of the beaches. Probably like World War III and nuclear, all that sort of stuff. We'll lose the oceans eventually, and then everybody will decide, hey, let's build a giant ass freaking palace in Norway, of all places.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Oh, don't forget the machine wars that also occur where the robots rise.
Oh, did that happen? Did it?
Yep.
Oh, God.
That actually happens.
Well, then you had the whole techno-barbarian wars for however many millennia.
Yep.
And then, apparently a bunch of them took a heap of drugs and decided to spawn a Chaos God, Emperor.
Yes. And then Actual Goldfish has just chimed in, don't mock Skynet. Not mocking them, but, we've all seen the films.
What's your take or favourite take on what the Emperor is?
Like, we all know he's a perpetual, right?
Well, yeah, but I feel like that's like some law that they brought into everything much later on, and it kind of really stupidly ruins the entire argument of, well, why are you keeping him alive?
Yes. But what if they aren't aware that he's a perpetual?
Oh, okay, well, yeah, no, fair enough. Good argument.
Like,
Then again, I don't know. Surely somebody would know.
like, you know, what if the only
Like-
person that does actually know is, like, say, the Lion, who is currently still in a coma in the Rock?
Is Malcador still alive, or is he gone?
No, I think Malcador's dead.
Okay. I was going to say he'd know.
Yes, he would.
Hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's a good point then. Fair enough. See, I love the theory that he's actually a part of Zench. You know that one?
No, I don't actually.
There's a theory kicking around that I heard many years ago that before even, well, I guess it depends because Slanesh wasn't around before the Eldar, but yeah, at any point, in a version of things where Slanesh does exist, between the four gods of chaos, there was a major imbalance, and Zench was basically 90% of the power base, with the other three gods of chaos being very fledgling compared to his power because of, like, realistically what he is. And Zench saw this becoming a problem that he would almost end up consuming himself, like he would actually grow too big beyond his own limitations.
Yeah.
And end up causing essentially his own doom.
Yeah.
So he ended up then dividing his own power up amongst the other three to create the uneasy equilibrium that there is, because, you know, they're all roughly similar in power as far as their weight in the warp is concerned.
Yeah.
And it sort of keeps that, you know, uneasy balance. But there was a thought that amongst that there was a part of Zench that, because he would never fully relinquish all power, he broke off another small part of himself, and that became the Emperor. And so when you sort of joke around and say, well, the Emperor is a god of chaos, it could be that, well, perhaps, you know, like where did he actually come from in terms of that power source? And whether or not he's a servant or he's knowingly part of Zench, I don't think so. But in terms of his origins, that is a fun little fan theory, that one.
Yeah, right. Where is it? It's I was just, who said it in chat? There was someone. Spartakin said Malcador died after being in the throne himself.
Ah, well, that's what happens when you sit on someone else's toilet without their permission.
Yep. So yeah.
Where was it? Chief was asking about the what we all think of the new
Marine land speeder.
Is that the one you're painting up now?
No, I'm painting up an attack bike.
Oh. What's the new land speeder look like?
Think of it like...
I could just not be lazy and Google it.
Yeah, this is also true.
Is it Primaris?
Yes.
So Primaris land speeder.
Pretty much.
All right. First reactions over audio. Has it got the little repulsor plates on the front and like
Yes.
a double remounted sort of like, I don't know, rocket pod?
Yep. That's one of the variants. Like, that's the kit for it.
Yeah, and there's one called a storm speeder.
Yes. So there's one that's kind of like an anti-infantry, one that's anti-tank, and one that's kind of a bit of column A, bit of column B.
So, do you want my first impression on it?
Go for it.
I think it's a sort of typical... Okay, like for everybody else's context, and you know this very well, Scotty, I am pretty anti-Space Marine. I feel like they just get all the love and, you know, give me my goddamn Tyranny characters back, you bastards. That sort of thing. This to me feels like, you know, when you watch or when you look at the extended universe of Star Wars, and you watch, like, say, even The Mandalorian or the Clone Wars and Rebels, or you go to some of the games and that,
Yeah.
and you see that there's yet another variant of a TIE Fighter.
Yes.
It's like, how many different ways can you guys origami fold those wings around a circular pilot pod, or change something and do something here until it no longer is a TIE Fighter kind of thing?
Yeah.
And that's the vibe I'm getting off this. It's like, okay, I get it. You started with the Repulsor, or whatever the thing was, which realistically is still a Rhino or a Land Raider, just minced up. And now you just keep doing it, because I can't stop looking at the front of this thing and think that doesn't look right. Like, it's just, it's another version of now, you know, the TIE Fighter was so beautiful. You know, the TIE Advanced, the TIE Interceptor, like the original 3-4 from the original ones. And that's your, you know, your Predator, your Rhino, your Land Raider.
Yeah.
Right. And then back in the day too, your coveted Land Raider Crusader. Oh, man.
Was pretty much only takeable for Black Templars.
And Grey Knights.
Yep.
Like, it was just like, that was the tank.
Yeah.
You know, none of the Shadow Sword business. The Bane Blade was just hushed whispers in the dark. You know, and now it's kind of just, I don't know what to say. You know, like, other than I just sort of feel like it's pretty uninspired, is probably the best way to put it.
Yeah.
And like I said, full disclaimer, I do apologize if anybody likes it. That is obviously my opinion, and I know where I can shove it. I just am not a Space Marine fan.
Yeah.
Even lore-wise, I'm not really a Space Marine fan. Much more of a Chaos fan, or even, like, obviously Custodes fan, because they've actually got something more interesting going on.
Yeah.
I don't know, what's your thoughts on it now, sorry?
I mean, for me personally, it's obviously like the Primaris version of a land speeder. I agree, it's actually a very bastardized look. In terms of just going, here's the repulsor grab fields, here's the land speeder mush. To just kind of get that look. Yeah, I think it could have been done a lot better. So.
I think that's the thing. Like, if I sneak back to a secret part of both of our histories, you know, prior to the heresy and the fall of the Imperium, and did you in architecture ever get taught that whole concept, or know of that concept, the difference, like, you know, CAD and digital designing is ruining creativity?
Yes.
You know, because there's obviously all the processes of doing something malleably with your hands, and the way that creativity can come out of more drawing and physically interacting with the thing. But, you know, you kind of nailed it then, because you made me think just then. It's like, yeah, you've just mashed it together. So what they've done is they've just gone, oh crap, I need to get, it's Friday afternoon, 4:30. The boss needs the model now. And, you know, you've just taken the repulsor, scaled it down by a little bit, cut it in half, grabbed the speeder, and then just merged the two in CAD, in the 3D modeling program.
Yeah.
Like, they're probably using ZBrush, actually. I would assume so. And there you go. Then he just submitted it, because, you know, he spent the entire week that he was supposed to be working on it, probably looking at the rules for Primaris and laughing. I don't know. So I just saw one of you guys who just said, pretty sure you're not allowed to dislike Space Marines. GW will give you a lifetime ban. That's why I keep losing games. That's why. I can't win. I don't do very well. It's because I don't like them, obviously.
Yeah.
I also believe Chief was referring to the rules as well. So we can have a look at those. I just swap over the intermission. There we go. Alrighty, let's have a look at the rules for these things. Where are they? Here we go. Alright, so we got the Storm Speeder, that is the Hail Strike, the Storm Speeder, that's the Thunder Strike, and the Hammer Strike. Really inventive with the names, weren't they? So, by looks, the Hail Strike is the anti-infantry, the Hammer Strike is the anti-tank, and... Actually, no, the Thunder Strike's the anti-tank, the Hammer Strike's kind of in between. But it's also like the highest strength, it's got the melter. So all of them are 10 wounds, with a 3-up save, ballistic skill 3, with 6 wounds plus remaining. You know, the anti-infantry one comes with the 2 frag storm grenade launchers, which are 18-inch range, assault D6, strength 4, damage 1, no neg. Blast weapons, the onslaught cannon that's 24-inch range, strength 8, strength 5, neg 1, 1 damage. The twin iron hail heavy stubber, which is 36-inch range, strength 8, not strength 8, strength 4, heavy 8, neg 1, 1 damage. The Thunder Strike has got the Storm Fury missiles, which are 14-inch range, strength 10, neg 3, d6 damage, heavy 1. The Thunder Strike Las Talon, which is 36-inch range, heavy 2, strength 9, minus 3 AP and d6 damage. And the Icarus Rocket Pod, which is 24-inch range, heavy 2d3, strength 7, minus 1, 2 damage, and its blast. And if it's fired against a aircraft, you add 1 to the hit roll. And then the Storm Speed, the Hammer Strike is the Hammer Strike missile launcher, which is a heavy 2, 36-inch range, strength 8, neg 3, 3 damage. The Crackstorm grenade launcher, which is 18-inch range, assault 1, strength 6, neg 1, d3 damage. And then Melter Destroyer, which is 24-inch range, heavy 3, strength 8, neg 4, d6 damage. When within half range is d6 plus 2. The biggest problem I have with each of these is they're not consistent with weapon range. So they've got one that's 18 inches, they've got one that's 24 inches, and they've got one that's 36 inches.
So one thing I'm curious on is you just said that there. Is that just one particular loadout? Like, as in, does one of these speeders have all of that on it?
No, one of those speeders has one variant, and you can't mix and match between weapons.
Right. So how many guns are we talking in total per speeder? Sorry.
I think it's 4. So we've got the 2 side weapons. You've got the front kind of mounted weapon, and then the turret on the back.
I guess the final question, as always, is how much does it cost?
Points-wise, let's have a look. Which, again, this could...
Because as you're going to that, because you know what kind of... It's giving me vibes. What were those little flyers when the Iron Hands Reign of Tyranny was really strong last year? Or late 2019, and they had the Las Talons on them and stuff like that.
Oh, the Stormhawk Interceptor.
Yeah, those little buggers. It's given me real vibes like that. Just, you know, they're going to sell a bunch of them and then they're going to nerf it.
So each one varies in points. Chief's saying that it's 140 to 175. They probably have changed in the FAQ. In the Codex, the Hail Strike, which is the anti-infantry one, is 150. The Hammer Strike, which is the in-between one, is 170. And then the Thunder Strike, which is the anti-tank one, is 175.
Yeah, so even at 175, it's a lot of guns.
Yeah. I think the problem is, though, is the ranges. Like, that's still what's, like, doing it for me, personally. Like, if I want something that's going to be, you know, all at 36-inch range, why can't I then,
you know, say, have something that's going to be able to do that, or at least have 2 36 range guns, and then, you know, yeah, I don't know. It's just very hampering to have it where it's just a set loadout. Like, they've even done it with the land speeders now. Like, they've gone back and made them set loadouts. So.
As in... So you can't mix and match. It doesn't have those rules where it says you may swap, you know, one or two of the storm bolt or heavy bolters out for plasma guns or something like that.
Yeah, exactly that.
Doesn't give you those ones. It just says this is the kit. This is the kit. Yeah, it's a way to keep it kind of balanced. So I think.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, at least it's an indication of what I feel they don't do enough, which is they've attempted to actually keep it a fixed quantity, a fixed known, rather than them going, here's a speeder, here's all the things you can put on it, go nuts, and then they realize 3 months later, after, you know, speeder spam has destroyed all the tournaments, that they go, oh, whoops, we didn't think of that combination, and, you know, how cheap it was, and, you know, I think it's an attempt to try and maybe rein that sort of behavior in a little bit.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that.
So, yeah. Alright. I did bump my camera a little bit. I'm just going to adjust that quickly. Alright, so we're going to jump into stream round. I'll be back in a sec. Alrighty, thank you everyone for the units. 41. You guys are nuts. Tornadoes can switch the weapons. Okay, Spartacan. I'll touch on that. Let's get into it. Thank you so much, everyone, for these units. And the dragon's dead. Well done, everyone. And the winners are Red Belly, King Beryl, and Frederick. Thank you for all of your assistance, everyone. Alright, what's the time? We've probably got 2 battles left for this evening. So we are going to jump down here. Alrighty, what haven't I used? I haven't used my Templar. So there is he down. So now just place down units, guys, and we'll get the battle going soon. No worries at all, Chiefs. Enjoy your night, my man. Hope you get a good night's sleep, and I will catch you soon. Chiefs had to duck out, but he said thanks for the thoughts and the inputs, and yeah.
Cool.
Alright, now Spartacan did say to me that the tornadoes can switch their weapons up. So I'll look at that before we go anywhere. Or I continue painting, I should say.
So as you're doing that, I didn't find my sand, but what I did find, though, that makes me very happy and nostalgic is my static grass.
Oh, nice.
Do they even sell that anymore?
Yes, they do, actually.
Oh, okay.
So the only weapon that they can swap out on the Typhoon is swapping from a heavy bolter to a multi-melter. But compared to the others, that's the, you know, at least you get some form of customizability on them. But again, you're probably sticking with the heavy bolter because you want that 36 to 48 inch threat range on them rather than getting up in the face for 24.
The problem is yeah, like, think it depends how you're building the army, because like 24, if you've got a melter, it's fantastic because you have a melter. But then if they have a melter, well, they also have a melter. So it kind of depends. Like if it was sort of speeder versus a speeder, it's probably tit for tat. But if it was a speeder versus 5 eradicators, you don't want to be that close.
Yeah, exactly.
So I would fully actually thinking about it, I would agree with you. I'd be going down the line of like bolters and stuff like that. They sound like they're good for things like maybe the anti-infantry, whereas there's probably a lot of other better options to be your anti-tank.
Yeah.
Like the eradicators.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And then Spartakin's having a joke at how I pronounce tornado.
How did you pronounce tornado?
He's saying that I pronounced it like he's saying phonetically that it's tornado, as in like a female deer.
Right.
But,
so it's supposed to be tornado, like a tomato.
I don't know. But yeah, he's saying heavy bolted, a multi-melter, and an assault cannon, heavy flamer. Is it there another one? There might be another one. Then actual Goldfish chimes in and said 1080.
Mate, it's a bloody twister.
Oh,
Isn't
yeah.
that your thing you get from KFC?
Oh, I was looking at the typhoons, not the tornadoes. That's what he was saying.
That's a little awkward.
Rip. Okay, so the tornadoes can swap out the heavy bolter with a multi-melter and the assault cannon with a heavy flamer. I'd almost go multi-melter assault cannon on that one, because then you've got 2 weapons at 24-inch range. So... And then you've just got the basic one that's either a heavy bolter or or multi-melter on it. And then he's like, I said tornado and you looked at typhoon. Yes, I did misread it, Spartakin. But yeah, Cypher's also saying that the typhoon, not the typhoon, land speeder storms are also incredible value for the scouts, for transports.
Oh, okay.
So, which they are quite good for them.
Well, I think the thing I've noticed, and this is probably an interesting talking point, is speed is really important at the moment. Speed and also just in general the way you deploy those units, and I don't mean like your pattern on the field. I mean more so like, are they walking? Are they running? Are they a bike? Do they advance? Are they in a transport? Like those sort of considerations.
Yeah.
I believe certainly something I'm faced with a lot of questioning about, simply because being obviously custodes, it's like we don't have a lot of choices. So Deep Strike becomes very tempting. But I'm actually finding that Deep Strike is actually very hindering at the same time as well.
Yeah.
It's very much, there's a level of catch-22 being played on whenever I do a lot of that. So sort of what I was saying before, talking about how good those Terminators are, keeping them off the table for a Deep Strike with an unreliable charge turn 2 versus keeping them on the table, just walking them, potentially giving them an opportunity to shoot, or just keep them really well hidden in cover so that they can't be seen. Because especially the way the new cover rules work with the intervening cover, I actually really like it.
Yeah.
It's something that I have played a game or two really heavily into it. When you can deny your opponent's entire first turn of shooting, that's really satisfying.
Yeah. Yeah, or even have your units that are scoring midfield objectives behind, that obscuring piece of terrain, so they can't be shot at, and you're on the other side of the ruin still scoring that objective. It's definitely value.
Especially if you're OBSEC. And if you're obsec with 25mm bases as well, you can pack so many dudes in there, depending on how close you are to the actual objective itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's quite powerful in that sense.
Yes. But then I also read a article by, I think it was by someone in Frontline Gaming, where it's like, is now the time to enforce base sizes.
Enforce base sizes,
Yep.
like tournaments.
Yep.
Well, I would say that's kind of been self-regulated by the players for quite some time, wouldn't it? Because like I feel like there's been many instances, at least with the guys we hang around with, where it's like we're so bloody afraid of WYSIWYG at the moment, of even having our models being pulled because of the famous, but I've got a camo cloak and it's rolled up on my back versus no, it's not.
Oh, yeah, I remember
kind of
that.
scenario. That was a fiasco.
Yeah.
Like when you turn around and you say, wait, so you're expecting me to, what was it? I think it was a scenario of out of a box of 5 guys, only one cloak was rolled down or something.
No, so
And-
with
Or one cloak was rolled up, so it
Yeah.
forced you to have to buy 2 boxes for one squad.
Yep. It's like, seriously?
Yeah, it's like, who cares?
Yeah.
Like the other one is when I turn around, like I made the argument because I realised when I bought
I'll bring it up in a second, Cypher.
my Custos tanks, I got the Iliastus accelerator cannons on them. That's a bunch of syllables and letters together to make a fancy sounding word that probably nobody other than a Custodes player knows what I'm talking about. So that was kind of the argument I said. I said to the TOs, do you mind if instead of the Iliastus I'm running the Acura Storm Cannon? And they're like, no. It's like, do you even know what they look like? You know, like I could say, hey, we know what a heavy bolter is. Even like a 30k variant of a slightly different shaped heavy bolter.
Yeah, you know,
We know
it's
what
still
that
a heavy
is.
bolter.
It's a heavy bolter.
Like,
If I tell you a melter gun or a flamer, you know what that is.
yeah.
But if I said to you, I want you to tell me what the barrel looks like for a twin Adrathic Destructor on my Aquilian Terminators, do you know what that looks like?
Not off the top of my head.
No. And if you were playing me, would you care?
Probably not, because
No.
it really, like, it's probably like the main gun on the vehicle, so it's like I know that it's that.
Yeah. So like that was one of these things. It's sort of like, well, at what point does WYSIWYG get stupid? Now I do get it. It's like, well, hey, irregardless of the army you're playing, if I let one guy get away with it counts as, and do I have to do it to all? Well, we've seen lots of TOs do whatever the hell they want anyway.
Yes.
You know,
It's a case by case basis, is what it should be
It
on.
Yeah, it is. You know, so like a lot of the time, I think just let the guy play.
Yeah.
You know,
Unless it's something that is actually quite egregious.
Oh yeah, well that's the steer too. So I guess like where was it? We started with the whole like base enforcing, like you know, because we were so worried about, oh well, if I don't have that 5th camo cloak that's rolled down, my model's going to get pulled. Like
Therefore, it's an invalid unit, then the entire unit gets pulled.
Yeah, people literally went out and bought second kits. You know,
like, and that's and the fact is that because it came in the kit, like, you know,
why wasn't common sense applied?
Yeah.
Like, it literally does not give you another option for a scout sniper to have a 5th camo cloak apart from the one that is rolled up.
Well, I kind of had. Oh, it wasn't an argument. It was a debate. And or discussion as well about the Custodes jet bikes, Lancers. So the thing is, and this is where it kind of comes down, because I'll be making these calls at Terracon this year if it comes up, essentially being the hobby judge, is that when does it become modeling for advantage?
Yeah.
So my initial argument was, if you model, so the kit comes with the guys designed to be holding 2 lances down and 1 lance up. And it's very famously a really annoying model, that guy with the lance up, because of the targeting rules that we still have, which are very dumb, which says that if my little toe can see your antenna, I can blow your entire gun up, like your entire model up.
Yeah.
Which I fully disagree with. I think they need to define targeting rules
Like they did back in 8th.
more. Yeah. Well, 8th was loosey-goosey. 8th was worse.
No, they said that antennas and weapons and wings didn't count.
No, they FAQ'd it to add it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They added it in via FAQ.
Yeah, but very early on.
Oh,
Like,
early
I think
on it was a schmozzle.
It was always written with the intent of that, but they didn't write it very well. And then when the FAQ came out, they said, "Yeah, no, it's meant to be like my foot can see your antenna." So it's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a hope and a dream and a want. Don't ask me how to write it. I'm not a rules writer, but it's the sort of thing of like, well, you've got to define the model a bit more. You know, I get it that it's easy to just say any part of the model, but anyway, we'll leave that alone. So back to the modeling for advantage thing. It's like, well, you know, the kit comes with the guy holding
That's what
it
I was
up.
saying, Game on Steve.
But if you've modeled it down, you know, is that modeling for advantage or not? And my first thought was, well, you've deviated away from the original silhouette of the modeling kit. And I thought, yeah, it is. But then at the same time too, what if you just simply like, what's a conversion then? You know, it gets really blurry.
It becomes a grey area at that point.
Yeah.
Like, I would say because you're still using the piece that comes in the kit and you're modifying it, I would say that that's fine.
Oh, well, look, I'll tell you the end of the story is that about a day or two after that discussion with Strom, I was like, yeah, screw it. And I ripped the 2 lances off the 2 guys I had with the lances up. So, and I pushed them down with the green stuff. So,
yeah,
you know, like, I think that's just it too. Like my gut reaction was to be a little bit harsher, but makes me sort of turn around a little bit more and go,
yeah,
maybe think a little bit. It depends again on the overall impact to the silhouette.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. So we got a few comments from some people in chat. So a bit further up, Cypher had said something about the land speed of Storm. He was saying it's 55 points, 18-inch move, hits on 3s, T6, 7 wounds with a heavy bolter and pseudo frag storm. Yeah, it's pretty good for 55 points. Red Belly saying things like Defilers, a base would remove a few issues. So imagine if an Onaga Dunecrawler didn't have a base. Like, how bad would that be to deal with?
See, it's already interesting as well too. Like, I can only ever go off my own examples, like what I use in gameplay, and it's very limited. But again, the bikes, you know, they're funny because they come with the solid and they come with the clear base.
Yeah, right.
And the definition being, if you put them on a solid base, you measure the base. If you put them on a clear base, you measure to hull. Right? So, like, I don't have a beast base near me, I don't think. But I can guarantee you a solid black base, beast base, which is, I think it's like 60 by 40 or something, that oval fella.
Yeah, it's one of the ovals.
Is a hell of a lot smaller than the size of the bike overall. Now, you might think, oh, that's you know, advantage to the own, like the bike player, but it goes both ways because you got to measure your distance for shooting from the bottom of the base too.
Yeah. So, yeah, I can 100% see that one.
Yeah, then Game of Steve saying, if you say all my guys in the unit have this instead of that, it's pretty easy. It's the problem of special weapons and multiple models that are being individually changed, making the opponent have to remember so many proxies.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But then TOs take that way too far. Is the problem.
Yeah.
Or what they do is they write players packs that may take it too far, and then in reality don't enforce it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and I may have been guilty of that as well.
look, you can never be perfect, man.
Yeah. So.
I think the later on he's the where's the clear base measure from the whole coming from? That's an 8th thing. Did that carry through to 9th? I'm assuming it does.
Hmm.
And where does it specifically come from for me? Well, I'll tell you, it comes from Rob, because being a Deldar player, he exclusively deals with things on clear bases and hulls.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Dead Eye Minis, how's it going? Yeah, it's going well so far. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, then Cypher's saying there would be nothing stopping you from getting 2 kits to get the guys with the lands down. Yeah, that is true, but also financially, like, then you're like, okay, cool, like, I've got 6 bikes when I only realistically wanted 3. A few other comments from Game on Steve saying plenty of other systems have done it well for rules, it just takes away the perception of realism. What if you bought another lance with 2 down? Yeah. He's saying, I modeled a Reaver with an extended grappling hook. We make it easier for people to target from range. Yeah.
See, that's the kind of thing that really bugs me, right? Like, yeah, you get these really cool kits, and you've got this guy shooting a grappling hook, and that's awesome. But then because my guy can see your grappling hook, I can shoot you in the head. Like,
yeah, like bullets don't curve.
They don't. Like, I kind of get it if, you know, the grappling hook being seen gives away the position, so you shoot through the wall. But I just, yeah.
Game on Steve understands what you're saying about. He thought it was simply if it had a base, nothing about having a clear base.
Oh, no. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's literally to do with the kits themselves. Yeah, I actually did a quick Google to see if I could find it. I, for the life of me, can't. I don't know if it was an ITC thing that kind of just got absorbed, or if it was like legitimately then like a base 8th ed rule or an FAQ rule. It's been many years, but
yeah,
it's to do with flyers and their base.
Yeah.
So I think another good example is like you measure a Helldrake off its base, not off its head.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's got a solid base.
Yeah.
So whereas versus a Dark Eldar boat, you verse it off the hull.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, apologies, I don't know where the source was from that, but it's just something.
Yeah. So yeah, Cypher was saying, yeah, though I meant that in the favor of modding the lance up, guide downwards. Yeah.
That's what it was more getting at.
And Game on Steve's like, for me, is, oh, they do, but not much. Actual Goldfish having to go at me for bullets curving. Because of Wanted. Cypher, I've had a guy shoot a converted Smash captain of mine who had an AOS prosecutor ribbons and wings in his top 5 mil of the wingtip with a Lehman Russ, and followed through after a minute of me just saying, really? You're really going to do that? Dude, that's rough. Like, people like that just want to play the game the way that they want to play, and they don't really care about the fun of their opponent. That's just, that's not what the game should be all about.
That really, I actually thought about this the other day. This is very funny that this is kind of leading this way in the conversation. Is like, I remember back to, I would probably say it was my very first 8th ed comp game. Way back when, and it was when C-beam cannons were still like people kind of took them.
Yeah.
And like when they're on little wheelbarrows, right? So you had the two dudes standing there and it's like aim the C-beam and boom. And I had a couple of them, and I had some rhinos as well. And I specifically put the rhinos like together to kind of shield, like to literally create a wall.
Yeah.
Right in front of the C-beams. Old mate gets right down to the table, like right eye level to the table.
Yeah.
And he goes, "All right, my dudes here, like they were like rocket devastators or something like that. You know, back get the super early 8th. So you know when everybody was like, yeah, let's just take 1,000,000 rockets because you got 2 profiles. It's so good. It's like, oh, I'm going to shoot your C-beams. I'm like, you can't see it. The tanks are in the way. It's like, no, there's a gap. What do you mean there's a gap? Came around the other side to his table, the side of the table, and I looked down, and there was like legitimately like a 1 millimeter, like because he can't literally make the 2 rhino models touch, like that enough to not block the light going through. He was calling that was line of sight to the C-beam cannon. I'm like, oh, you seriously?
So he's calling that like the width of a bee's dick as enough to be able to shoot at something. Like, come on.
He was threading the needle, and I'm like, and because first game ever properly competitive in that setting, I was like, oh, okay, I guess he can do it. You know, like I didn't win a single game that weekend. I wasn't going to. Weren't a lot. But yeah,
what event was it? Was it when we were out at Battle in the Bush?
Was it or?
Oh, that's what I'm asking. Was it out at Battle in the Bush when we were?
No.
Oh,
it was Melbourne. It was ATC. It was that really messed up year of ATC.
Ah, yes.
Back when Smite Spam was like truly in full swing.
Yes, before
with
they
the
added
Forge. Who was the Forge World dudes that they could take for like 60 points or something, and there was no limit on them. I have never taken models off the table that fast in my life.
Yeah, right.
It was like as in like I was doing it with both hands and the arm, like just back and forth. It was like I was doing an exercise, like some cardio, just with my arms moving models. It was that quick. It was like psychic phase, just like turn 1 psychic phase, you win.
Yeah.
You know, you've got everything in range. You've got Magnus sitting there as well. Yeah. But again, this is when the game was in a far worse place than it is now.
Yes. Yes.
You know, I say that in the age of Primaris, but it is true.
Yes. Like, I mean, you think about it, the game was only 8 pages of rules.
Yeah.
Well. So yeah.
I don't know if you want to check your chat when you get a sec, but
oh yeah, I do.
It comes when you have a check, but it makes me think of a topic because I did actually want to throw you one if we had nothing better to talk about.
Sure. Let me just
which
read
relates.
Through what's chat's got because they've got a few comments and then we can dig into it.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got Cypher, who's saying, funnily enough, the Smash Captain lived. Lol. Nice. That's what you want to see.
Hell, I don't like them, like damn Smash Captains, but that's awesome.
After a full barrage from a Lehman Russ. Then Spider-Can... Oh no, Cypher's then saying, I'm going to 3D print myself a 10 mil tall captain, run it against that guy if I ever play him again. If he takes advantage of converted model, why can't I? Yeah. Spider-Can, see, when I played back in 2nd and 3rd, we had a line of sight rule. Had to be at least a quarter of the main body of the miniature to be able to shoot them. So even if we would see the lance, we couldn't shoot the miniature. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Oh, excuse me. The problem is, and I've brought that up. The counter argument to that is, what is a quarter? Like when you get those ones that are right, like really hard to call. Like the TOs just have to run around like crazy.
Yeah.
I fully agree, but this is where they need to either they need to just define it like really hard, and I think they've done a great job with fixing up terrain. I think terrain feels a lot less questionable now. Yeah. You still got to do that thing you should always do every game after you shake your opponent's hand, of course, or maybe not in COVID era, but after you meet your opponent, is define the terrain rules. Always do that.
Yeah.
I've never been caught out of it personally because I've always done it, but certainly had mates get caught out.
Yeah.
But
and
yeah,
always define the base as, being the terrain. Always say that the base is the edge of the terrain. Don't go off where the actual ruins are on there. That'll just cause fights to no end. If you just say it's just whatever's on that base is covered, you're good.
Yeah. Yeah, like in that sense too, which is kind of what you said too, is toe in or not? Like some people don't play toe in.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people play toe in though. It's like in ITC anyway. But if you've got somebody who's new to ITC, they may not play toe in, and you need to be aware. Similar things too, like conga lining to a degree, sort of that, but not.
But even now, toe in's got more of a implication, because if it's an obscuring piece of terrain and your toes on it, you can actually be shot.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. It's
so I think players are going to be a lot more aware of that now.
Yeah.
So we have, where was it? Cypher saying the rules should change along the lines of see the body or chassis, excluding war gear, weapons, wings, unless you can see 50% of the wings. Thinking of things like Magnus's wings, for example. Game on Steve, a quarter sight of the circular base isn't a quarter of the model. Yep. Spartakin saying at least a head and arm or a leg. Actual Goldfish, it comes down to how sweaty you want to be, I guess. But I only play friendly games, so you can go with whatever makes logical sense. And that's the thing as well, is like everyone's going to have their own standard for that, because that's how they enjoy playing the game.
Yeah. Like, I'll 9 times out of 10, like unless I'm playing, like if I think back to my last CanCon, which was last year, all my opponents were pretty good. One dude was a little bit shady with some of what he was calling as cover. And so when he was kind of calling cover and I was calling cover, I was playing hard and fast. It's like, all right, sweet, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt to begin with, and then you've kind of shown me how you've decided to call cover for your guys, so I'm going to follow suit.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. Like generally, if it's like, oh, okay, cool, can you see him? Yeah, mate, sure, you can see him. Go for a shot. And then I'm like, oh, I'm going to go see your guy there. It's like, no, you can't see him. I'm like, oh, that's how it's going to be, is it?
Yeah, it's got to be fair application on both sides.
Yeah, I tend to sort of play it more that way. Like, it's not, means I'm probably not going to have as good a success. Like, it could be harder and whatever, but oh well. It's not my style so much.
I think, for me personally, it's more, if you play by the same standard that that they expect you're gonna, everything's gonna be fine. Whilst yes, you mightn't agree with it, but if you're at least on the same page and like, okay, that's how you're wanting to play it, that's fine. As long as you're fine with me playing it the exact same way. And if they're like, oh, I don't like that, then you've got a problem.
Yeah.
So, Stream Raiders is ready to go. So what I'll do is I'll jump into that, and then we can get into this topic you've got, Myth.
Yeah.
Alrighty. 44 units on the field. You guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely going ham this evening. Absolutely love it. Alrighty, let's get the battle going. Oh, we're getting them. We are getting them. Nice. Well done, everyone. And the winners are King Beryl, Zombie Boyfriend, Fiend, and Dirim Caspar. Congratulations, everyone. And this will be the last, the one that we're about to do will be the last one for the evening. Let me just collect those. Alrighty. Oh, I don't have my Berserker yet, but I have got my Centurion. Alright, so everyone place down your units, and then we can get into it. Actual Goldfish, like if I play a guy and he takes advantage of every vague rule and makes things not fun, I'm just not going to play with him again. Obviously, everyone wants to win. Taking it too far, in my opinion, just a shit personality trait. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Alright, so actual Goldfish just shared his opinion. Is like, if someone wants to take advantage of every vague rule and make things not fun, he's just not going to play him again. Obviously, everyone wants to win, but taking it too far is a shit personality trait.
Oh, look, and we know that there are people out there who have earned themselves quite a reputation.
Yes.
Because of exactly that.
Mm.
You know, so you're right. Don't be that guy. Because,
yes,
you know, people talk. There's a lot of people in clubs now. And, you know, it's exactly what I'm looking forward to in the next sort of 2 months with the 3 events coming up.
Yep.
3 events? Oh, sorry. Yeah, 3 events over the next couple of months, sorry, which is the whole post, like, evening chat, you know, when you've got a couple of drinks in hand and you're around the barbecue and you're talking smack and you said, oh, my opponent this, my opponent that. And if you get a really bad guy, what do? You look up who the dude was and you spend the entire night bitching about him.
Yeah.
So for the rest of the tournament, if your other mates end up versing that guy, they end up becoming public enemy number 1. So,
yeah, and they're fully aware of what's going on and what is to be expected during the game.
Yeah, and it's like you're busted from the get go. It's like it's not a good position to be in.
Yeah.
So.
But then you also get the TOs end up copping wind of it, and it's like, oh, okay.
Well, I guess it depends. Like, if it's a proper serious offence, then yes, the TOs will cop wind of it, and they'll come and hopefully do something about it. Or at the very least, you get put on the shit list, and then when, you know, somebody wants to do their event in another month or two's time, and you want to go to it, then you get the hard email going, sorry, we actually don't want you at our event.
Yep.
You know, those go out.
That they do.
Yeah. So funnily enough, like this curtails exactly into what I was actually going to bring up, because I was going to say, sports is always a fun topic of conversation.
Yes. And
I would probably propose put 2 things out there for you. One is, for you and other guys in, do you have a particular way or opinion that you think sports should be handled? And the second part of the loaded question is more so one that I thought was interesting for my own sake. And like, as you may have observed, I don't think you've really seen it, but, you know, when I'm losing a game, generally when I'm losing pretty badly, which tends to be more often than not, I can find it very difficult to kind of stay positive.
Yeah.
Because, you know, to me, I'm like, oh, come on, Custodes, I should be saving heaps. I'm bloody got the best armor in the Imperium. What the hell's going on? I'm getting beaten by plebs. You know?
Yeah.
So it's hard to, obviously, as we do, separate the lore from the game.
Yeah.
But if you're into the lore a lot, like I think some of us are, it's very difficult. So, you know, what do you do to sort of try and stay positive so that your opponent still has a good time? Like, you know, there's like sometimes there's those prizes or there's those mentions that go out. Sometimes people get sports because they're the guy who, for 5 games straight over the course of a tournament, you know, their opponents were always having a great time. You know, so how do you end up being that guy where even when you're getting your bum pushed backwards, do you still make it fun for your opponent? Because I struggle with that.
Yeah.
That's my 2 I'm throwing out at you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So I suppose the first half is kind of what I look for sports. Pretty much, I completely take sports away from the game result. It's not like, because, you know, exactly as you said, there are going to be people that might be a little upset and shitty about how they've gone. And you know what? That's, you know,
Yeah.
like, that's okay within reason, of course. You know, if someone's going completely over the top and losing their shit, then obviously that's not okay. But, you know, if it's, you know, someone just being a little quieter or not being as happy about things when they, you know, aren't going their way, I think, you know, that's, you know, fair enough. Like, everyone gets like that sometimes.
Yeah.
I think it also comes down to how you also handle yourself kind of before that. Like, if you're, you know, having a great time and you know, it's things end up swinging against you, say turn 3, but the first 2 turns you've been absolutely great, then it's like, well, I mean, there's not really any justification to hit you on sports.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of more so in that part of the question too, is like, you know, should it be even scored? Like, do players score each other? You know, is it simply just a tick box, or is it a 1 out of 10? Because I've seen it being very contentious in the last couple of years. Like, there, like, Uprising recently, you know, it was your opponent. Actually, no, there wasn't sports at Uprising, sorry, but there was Battle Ready.
Yeah,
I think it was.
Which is
kind of essentially as the replacement. Yeah. And, you know, there's this sort of thing of, well, guys, there was talk of guys like pressuring their opponent to give them the battle ready tick for the 10 points, even though their army was pretty shit.
Yeah,
you know,
see,
and then
now that's not
similarly
okay.
as well, it's like, when you've got sports, it's like, oh, well, you know, that wasn't the best game ever, but like, I don't want to look like a dickhead. Yeah, no, I'll just give the guy, you know, 5 out of 5 for sports because I don't want to look like a dickhead. But in actual fact, that dude was a dickhead. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, there's a kind of, I think doing it like on a peer basis, going 5 out of 5 is actually, you know, the worst way you can actually go about sports, if I'm perfectly honest.
Yeah.
So some of the best ways that, you know, I've done sports, and personally that I've also seen sports done. Now, there's also methods where it's not done at all, and it's just a thumbs up, thumb down system where it's automatically considered a thumbs up unless anything is brought to the attention of the TOs, which is the LVO standard.
See, I would almost just be in favour of that. I don't think it should be a thing because it creates this extra little bit of weird pressure.
Yeah.
Between generally a community that's of non-confrontational people, with a few people at the very top who were okay with being confrontational.
Yeah. So there's a couple of inputs in chat, but I'll finish my thoughts first. So really, how I went about it is that, you know, when I've done it, I've done a checklist system, and I've done it in such a way where it's, you know, is it... Oh, shit, I'm trying to remember this, because I did this years ago, when I was running events. It was something where it's like, okay, you know, was your opponent polite? You know, were they respectful? You know, some elements, you know, did they have everything they needed to play the game? Did they have, like, that kind of stuff as well, kind of went into it. So it's not, like, for me, it wasn't just about the sports, it was also preparedness.
Now, so it was a way to kind of keep the players in check to make sure they did what they should be doing anyway.
Yes. Now, the other way I've seen it done, and I've seen this done at large events as well, and it just depends on the organisers, of course, is you get all the players to vote for their favourite opponent
at the end of the day. And kind of do it that way, rather than doing it in such a case of where it's off a metric or you're going against, other people in that sense.
Yeah.
But yeah,
See, I do remember one where it was like, on a, not a scale, but it was a scale like 1 to 3, 0 to 3. It was like, how was your opponent? Don't want to play him ever again.
Yeah.
Like, would play them again. Would play them again happily, and like best game of my life kind of thing.
Yeah.
There's that sort of level of rating it too.
Yeah. Alright, so what chat has been saying? So Cypher saying, when I'm getting absolutely smashed, I try and give myself little wins, like I'm just going to try and kill his captain or that one Leviathan Dread. Actual Goldfish, it can help to make your misfortune into a joke, gives you a way to vent without making your opponent feel blamed. Game on Steve, have it as a separate thing, but I know that there have been groups that have all colluded to vote for the one guy that is their friend, so it definitely needs to be you voting sports for who you have played at the event. Yep. Cypher, maybe sports would be better if everyone voted for one guy they played in the whole event for sports, not ranking. The only negative would be if something was brought to the attention of the TO. Yep, like we were saying. Game on Steve is like the smiley face voting system, so smile, meh, frown. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Some interesting thoughts from chat.
Oh, like if there's one thing that can sometimes get guys going, especially I think some of the more competitive guys, it's like, oh, how is sports conducted?
Yes.
But yeah, like that's a really good point though too on the whole, like when you're getting your ass handed, go for those little wins, and you're right, like I like to still sort of try and do a moral victory thing. I'm going to get that guy, I'm going to kill this, exactly, this guy's captain or something. That's my moral victory because I've gone down swinging kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that too. It's just I find it very difficult sometimes, certainly when you are losing and you're losing in a big way, to these compounding rules that just start getting ridiculous. And I guess this is, again, not wanting to lean too hard into it, my dislike of Space Marines, because it's like, oh, you've got a doctrine, and you've got a super doctrine, and you've got a buff, and you've got a psychic buff, and you've got a chant, and you've got, oh yeah, no, all good, you've got -2 anyway on your weapon. It's a bolter, but it's not a bolter, and it starts to get a little bit comical.
Yeah.
And that's where I personally really struggle not being cynic. Like if you rolled me up against orcs, rolled me up against Tyranids, or like literally anything other than Space Marines, I'd probably die very happily.
Yeah.
Where it's like when you start to see some of this power creep insanity, I have faced it against Chaos before though, when some of those really insane combos came out in front of me. I'm like, good God, what is that?
Yeah.
But because I'd barely seen it, I kind of it was a bit more shock and awe. I kind of wasn't really ready for it.
Yeah.
So it didn't matter as much, but
yeah. Like I can definitely sympathize with that. Like I remember a game, I think it was like the second last event I had played for 7th edition, and this was in my Space Marine Battle Company when that was the thing. And there's obviously hard counters to that, and one of those hard counters was, I'm not sure if you remember this, but it was the optimized stealth cadre from Tau.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's literally a unit of ghost keels where they would get 2 up cover, and they would make you hit on 6s against them once per game.
Oh God.
Yep. And so, of course, me running White Scars Grav Battle Company, I just could not engage. Like, in hindsight, I probably could have outflanked and used those rules to my advantage and made him pop them, but because it's only against one unit and things like that. But you know, at the time, I was just like, I knew that this list was a hard counter, and I ended up facing it. And I was just like, I don't know what to do. I can't do anything to this list. And I probably wasn't the most happiest chap, I'll be honest. Because I knew what I was facing, I knew how it would end up, and I knew that there was nothing I could do about it.
Well, that's very much like my Iron Hands experience with last CanCon last year. I've told you about that one, right?
Vaguely.
Yeah, and I guess this is too, like, this is not going to paint me in a great light. Like, I wasn't a dick or anything, I don't think. It's just more this attitude and, like, something I probably want to try and work on as a player going forward. You know, you could sort of say, okay, cool, you got the paint challenge, but then I'm I'm sort of trying to set myself a bit of a tournament goal of, you know, no, I wouldn't go as far as say fix the attitude. I don't think there's a problem with the attitude, but improve it, right?
Yeah.
But basically, you know, Iron Hands at that point were absolutely egregious, like ridiculous what they were.
Yeah.
Already really didn't like them, and I saw this bloke walking around with a falchion, right? Space Marine, 800 point Space Marine, super heavy from Forge World with a twin volcano cannon on it.
Yeah.
Twin volcano cannon on it. I'm like, right. And here I am rocking my crappy custodes list with 2 tanks and the Orion dropship for funsies to sort of just run around and look big and drop some dudes around the board and have some fun.
Yeah.
And I saw this guy walking around with this stuff on the tray earlier in the day. I'm like, oh god, I don't want to verse that. And of course I versed it first game.
Oh gosh.
And after doing some tests previously against Iron Hands, I'd said, if I verse Iron Hands, I'm looking at the guy dead in the eye, shaking his hand and saying, like, before even rolling dice, shaking his hand saying, you've won.
Yeah.
Because it's true. And I had a bit of a laugh with this bloke. He was actually a really nice guy. And he was fine. And it's like, oh, mate, it's like, not only have you taken Iron Hands, you've taken that thing. And I pointed at the falchion. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah. And he knew what he'd done. But he was like, yeah. So we played the first 30 minutes of the game. And he blew the falchion up with a single shot. Sorry, he blew the Orion up with a single shot.
From the falchion.
From the falchion. The Orion, by the way, is a flying knight. It has 28 wounds, T8, 5 up in vol. Like, it is not a kite.
Yeah,
like, it's not made of paper.
Kill.
No. Proceeded to kill 3/4 of everything that was in it on bad survival rolls, like literally slaying rolls.
Gaster,
So
thank you very much for the host, my friend. Hope you're going well.
With, 2 tanks at the back, which took, I think, about 2 wounds off the falchion.
Yeah.
And then I said, I told you this was going to happen, and I just said, good game, that was it. It's like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
It's like, that stuff hurts.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like your game you were talking about then, like, I don't know if there's any way to even make that good when you do verse those incredibly silly lists that just put your own list down in literally a single
No worries
turn.
at all.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of comments in chat. So Cypher, I remember last league, I lost an early game, 1,000 points when my opponent brought a Leviathan Dread as blue salamanders, and I learned after that Iron, the IF relic. So Melter Cheese with flat out cheating too. I barely scored any points was a loss, something like 80-20, but I tabled him, so moral win, lol.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Game on Steve. Sometimes we all get shitty and temporarily act like an ass, but as long as we aren't always an asshole to people, people should understand. Yeah. And then,
absolutely.
And then we got Gaster Warsol, I believe is how you would say that. He said he's just hosted me, and he's just said I'm very, very new to 40k, but I can tell you guys are very, very skilled in the craft of painting these. So yeah, bit of history for myself. Gaster, I've been in the hobby for about 15 years. Gaster 2 souls. Okay, that's how it is. Okay, Gaster 2
The
souls.
chapter calls and we answer.
Emily176, thank you very much for the follow and welcome to the chapter.
How long did they say they're in the hobby?
Very, very new. Very, very
right.
fresh.
Welcome.
Yeah, it is an awesome hobby. I myself, as I was saying, I've been doing it for 15 years now. It takes time. Painting up to this level, it takes a lot of time, a lot of practice, as Myth, who's in chat with me, will agree.
Yep.
And it's just practice, and you mightn't be happy with your first couple of models, but that's what you can do. And you just slowly, every time you paint, you sit down, you slowly improve your technique, you slowly learn. It just takes time, and just be patient with yourself. Don't expect yourself to paint amazing miniatures straight off the bat. So, yeah.
Big thing whenever I'm ever teaching anybody, or even just talking to anybody new, is just always give it a go. Like, never get, especially with painting, try your hardest to never get stuck into decision paralysis. Like, I have a couple of guys I talk to, and I just get messages after messages, and it's like, oh, how does this look? I'm like, cool, it's blue. All right, sweet. I was like, do some more. And he sends me another message. All right, how's this look? And he's literally put, like, not even a shade's different on it. I'm like, it's blue. Come on, like, need to see a bit more. Like, cool. Show me the base color, that's fine. Then go do your silvers, do your golds, do your whatever. Then show me, and I'm like, oh yeah, cool, sweet, some progress. Yeah. So don't try not to get hung up on the really like tiny steps. Just push through.
Yeah.
If you get worried every time you put a new single paint on, you will learn from that. But Scotty and I have learnt that over 15 years plus the hard way. So we're telling you the cheat. Don't waste 15 years.
Yes.
Just jump on into it. Just keep pushing forward. Another good tip is like one thing in general, just experiment the heck. Like if you like a color, buy it, play with it, see what you can get out of it. I got so much paint I have not used.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Playing with it, but it's sitting there. You never know. But like a tip that I was going to say is
Emily, how are you going? Thanks for joining us this evening. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
Oh yeah, copy people. You want to know how to do your more technical stuff, or you want to have a crack at even say a really good example is like think a model with a nice flowing robe. You've just bought it. Like, oh fuck, I'll say like Gandalf the Grey, right? Because you can still get that model somewhere.
Yes.
Say you buy Gandalf. He's very obviously got a robe, got his hat, and on the front of the box is the officially painted version, by the team over in the UK. And you're a bit unsure. Maybe you don't want to go grey. Maybe you want to go white. Or do whatever you like. But copy it. Like literally do the same highlight areas that they do on the official model. You can always paint over that model. You can always strip it if you don't like it later on. But if you copy box art, it helps you to just try and do it without having to worry about the thinking part that actually can make painting very daunting.
Yeah.
And I think that's where a lot of the decision paralysis comes from with those other guys I was talking about, is that they don't know where to put the paint yet. But if you have a picture there that shows you where to put the paint, and it doesn't have to be box art, it could be something else that you've seen online that you like. It frees your brain up and you start painting. Just crack on into it. I used to do that a lot.
Gaster 2 Souls has said, I'm unable to buy a set right now, however I'm trying to get past through the sluggish readings of the 40k lore. Yes, the 40k lore is very dense. So
you've probably read more books than I have, haven't you? Surely.
Oh, depends on what lore we're talking and if there's a
Yeah.
specific area.
Find something you like about 40k, and then get in or become the expert in that. Like, it's like saying, oh, I want to read all of history. Like, well, sure, you could read, a quick guide to all of history, maybe from a European perspective, or you could then get a PhD in Egyptology specifically and be a really good, knowledgeable person on that specific point in history and culture.
Yeah.
You could either attack it from the top or from the bottom. You could start from 40k and look at the current timeline of the story and see what things pique your interest, be it aliens or angry men, or angry women in that case, in the current case too, actually.
They have said that they've gone the Death of the Emperor so they've read through the Death of the Emperor of the Horus Heresy, and I'm a little hesitant to go further, in all honesty.
Okay, like heresy, is always, and that's where I mean, come from the bottom, then start with heresy. And it was always that sort of thing when I looked into it. It was, my mate said, when I very first started reading more of the lore, was read the first 5 books, because that gets you through to the end of Istvan 3, and finishes with the massacre, and that's quite poignant, obviously. And then from there, you kind of go, well, which legion am I into? And then you can kind of just skip, sort of in most cases, straight to the legion that you're interested in. So for me, it was kind of like straight to Thousand Suns, because even though I think the first Thousand Suns book is like book 12 or 14 or something, it's still their origin story, and off you go. So that's one way to do it, but certainly if you're getting into the game, you really want to separate lore from game as much as possible, otherwise you become a cranky man like me.
Yeah. Spartakin also has agreed with you, saying, also don't worry about if you copy the box art and it doesn't match, as there are reasons why that is.
Huh?
So
There are reasons, or...
So Spartakin's saying, like, if you try to copy the box art and you're, like, you do it to the best of your ability, but, it's not an exact replica, there are reasons why that is.
Oh, yeah. Well, a million different reasons.
Yeah. And then Red Belly's chimed back in, and he's saying,
not enough salamanders in the books.
So, yes, because Red Belly also plays salamanders. So,
Damn salamanders.
yeah, especially at the moment with all the melter kicking around, they're just really good.
Oh, they are. But well, there's another thing, really. Like, yeah, okay, cool. They get all the rerolls, they get all the bonuses to Melter and Flamer. That's fantastic. I'm very, very jealous. Ignoring neg 1 AP, how are they not? Like, I know they were predicted to be like the top played Space Marine army. I know they've been overshadowed heavily by Dark Angels. That's a problem in its own right.
Yeah.
Like, wow. Like, it's the interesting thing. Like, Death Guard now, too, with their recent release, has gotten kind of scarier. Even though they got rid of the Feel No Pain save, or they changed it. The problem is what they've given them back is actually far, far worse.
Yeah.
-1 to damage taken. Like, we just got given upgrades to heavy bolters.
Yeah.
Like 2 damage a pop, awesome against Marines. To a point.
Yeah.
Well, certainly me Marines. Imagine what all the Xenos are feeling right now. Like, they're going to get pummeled.
Yep, they get shit into the stick.
And then, even still, old Death Guard we'd still cop it, like with the 5 up for no paint. We'd still cop it from 2-win bolter heavy bolters.
Yep.
Makes sense. But it's just completely turned off all these like weapon upgrades.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
Like when I first read about them losing their 5 up from their paint, I was cheering. And then when I realized what they got in return, I'm like, oh no. No. So yeah.
Yeah. So we've got
A few more comments from chat. So Actual Goldfish is one of those reasons rhymes with motto hop. I believe he's just being sarcastic in that stage. Spartakin, okay. So even if you're the best painter out there, no one will exactly match the box art using Citadel paints. Yes, that is because Citadel painters don't just use Citadel paints.
Is that confirmed?
I believe so.
That's so funny.
So they use Army Painter and other ones as well, because Duncan Rhodes, who's gone off and done his own thing, has kind of shared a bit of his experience working in Games Workshop, I believe, on his new Paint Academy that he's doing.
His new channel's great. Have you seen it?
I've seen some photos and such of stuff he's been working on, but it does look awesome.
Yeah, I found there was he did up a System of Battle.
Yeah.
It was really nice. Really nice.
Yeah.
But just the overall, like just the way he's presenting his videos, I quite like it. It's very similar, but it's his own style.
Yeah.
And you can just tell he's like happy. Yeah, I was like, yes, man, that's great. Like I don't know if any drama went down when he left or anything.
No, I think they
I think he just wanted to move on. But
yeah, I think they did finish on good terms.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, because a lot of people were like, "Oh, what happened? Like, did he get fired or something?" And he was like, "No." They you know, he just decided to leave of his own accord. Everything was all good. So,
yeah, and then Red Belly saying he's got his first match with the new Death Guard book tomorrow against the new Blood Angels.
Oh, the Death Guard are gonna absolutely slam.
Yeah.
Absolutely, like what I'm something to do with grenades as well. I'm hearing they've all just turned into like hardcore grenade lobbers now.
Yeah, they used to be with the Psychic Awakening, but they still anyways, Stream Raiders is ready, so I'll be back in a second. Alrighty, 45 units again, chat. You guys absolutely going ham on Stream Raiders this evening. Good on yous. Let's get the battle going, shall we? Thank you for all the units. Hey, well done, everyone. Thank you for all the units. And the winners are Red Belly and Actual Goldfish. Congratulations, gentlemen. So that was the final Stream Raiders battle for the evening. We'll be back tomorrow with more Stream Raiders as well during the stream. So right now I'm just starting to put the washers on the bike. With the reds and the crimson, and we're going to be finishing up shortly, kind of about 15-20 minutes. Just so you guys are aware. And we're going to do what we normally do and go raid another Warhammer streamer as well. Alright. So a few other comments from chat. We've got Game on Steve, or just blame it on being colorblind for the painting. Because Game on Steve is colorblind.
You know what? With the exception of Lewis, because that just irritates me, his colorblindness of purple. I find it actually fascinating what colorblind people may come up with seeing different tones or not seeing certain tones at all, and then how that might change their decision making in terms of color choices. Find that concept really fascinating.
Yeah.
So I would say, yeah, if you're just having a laugh, sure, but I'd actually think it could be something where it could be really cool and unique to actually see how you'd end up approaching a model versus someone else.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know Game On Steve is one of our local guys, and he is actually colorblind.
Yeah.
So.
So the only person, like I said, the only person I hold against is Lewis, because every time I'm showing one of my daughters a cane, like beautifully done, fucking like some of the best painting I do, he's like, yeah, cool, I can't see it. I'm like, damn you, get out of here.
Yeah, it's almost like an intolerance to purple.
Racism, that's what it is.
But yeah, so I've started putting the washers down on the bike now.
Oh yeah.
I did all the touch-ups to where I'm happy with them, but it's getting there. It's getting there.
What else? We've got Spiderkin saying, yeah, they use all paints available, not just Citadel. Actual Goldfish also says that they use Photoshop when they're doing all the production photos and everything, which is also true.
Oh, they absolutely do. And they actually do lighting as well too. Remember when they started doing, was it Warhammer Visions, and they basically hired a proper photographer for a change?
Yes.
That was really cool. And they started doing some really awesome mock-ups of the armies. I thought that was great.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of that.
Yeah, then we've got Cypher saying, unless Blood Angels bring 30 Sanguinary Guard. Yes, because 30 Sanguinary Guard are now nuts. Red Belly was saying about the grenades. Grenades turn into pistol 6 with auto hit with Death Guard now.
Yeah, like, what?
And he's also saying that Game On Steve won the best painted 2019 in the Real Loud Gamers group. Not bad for the colorblind folk, which is true. And then we've also got Game On Steve. He said, I had a Joker mini with orange hair for ages, and then someone asked why it wasn't green.
Oh, no.
And he said, I think I compensate, but makes everything stand out. Plus, the pots have the color on them. Yeah. Generally, more often than not, the colors that you pick up will tell you what color they are.
Yeah.
Like a Baden black, for example, you know that's a black. Like.
Yeah, everything kind of does. Like Corvus, I'm looking at it now. So like, there's still a silver or a brown. They've just got a different name in front of them. I've never really quite noticed that actually.
Yeah.
Something, I guess it's one of those things you don't think about until it comes up.
Yeah. So that's the way it goes, which is nice. And plus, if they're just descriptive words, like say one of the older ones was like chainmail, for example, you know that's probably going to be a metal.
Yeah. Oh, good old chainmail. Holy crap.
Yeah, I've got a pot of it sitting here. It might be still alive, maybe. I'm not certain. But yeah, so some of the old paints, like I've still got. Do you remember Hawk Turquoise?
Yep.
I've got a pot.
Probably worth a fair bit these days, that one.
Yeah.
Turquoises and blues tend to be quite sought after.
Yeah. I've also got a pot of Warlock Purple.
Oh yeah.
What other ones I've got sitting here? The old Leviathan Purple wash.
See, remember the good old what replaced what was Agrax originally?
Devlin Mud.
Devlin Mud. Devlin Mud was so good. They used to say that if they used it to imbibe you, if you died, you'd come back to life.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's true. It's so true. Like, there was just something so unique about that wash. It's incredible.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the grenade strat the grenade thing for Death Guard is a 1 CP strat, so it changes a grenade to a pistol 6 weapon.
Yeah, but on how many guys are holding grenades?
I'm not sure if it's for you. Like, I think Red Belly, you might have to expand a little more on that. Whether it's going to be per unit or per model.
Yeah, sure. I thought it was a bit ridiculous in the sense of like it's a full-on unit. So you basically just have dudes, like a whole squad of dudes running around just like blowing up grenades in their face and just murdering everything they touch.
Game on Steve saying he only just finished his pot of chainmail last year.
Oh, wow.
And Actual Goldfish is saying to him, "It's what?" And Game on Steve was like, "What's a turquoise?" And Actual Goldfish is like, "It's like a turtle, but with feet instead of flippers." Having a joke there.
Well played, sir.
So Red Belly saying 3 grenades in a Plague Marine squad can change to pistol 6. Must be in melee.
Yeah, I know they're going to be in melee. Yeah, so there's still 3 grenades. Still 3 grenades.
Yeah.
It's nothing to shy off.
So that's 18 total, which is nuts.
Yep.
Absolutely nuts.
Yep.
So. Oh goodness.
Yeah.
How goes the orc?
Good. He's had his second photo shoot already.
Nice.
So that was like edge highlighted, and I put some flock on the base just to improve it a bit.
Yeah.
His final one is I've just finished doing proper volumetric highlighting on his pants and his kind of grey leather spots.
Yep.
So I guess I'm trying to do like basic volumetric. I'm not trying to push it. Like this is still going to be something that your average dude can do. But I've literally only just done a quick little like blend with 2 paints. That's it. Like 2 different color, 2 different shades. And then what I might actually do too is I am really anti blood effects. Like if you, okay, so there's 2 ways. If I'm paint judging someone's army, there's a way that will make me fall in love with it instantly. Like there's a little trick you can do, and I'm gonna straight up gonna be like, ooh, I want to give you max points. Then there's another one that I'll literally look at it and go, I feel like I just stepped in dog shit.
Yeah.
And that is if you use the official gore technical paint.
Oh, the blood for the dark god.
Yeah, I hate that. I'm sorry, guys. The only time I've ever seen it work was when a dude like literally, you know that box of like 100 skulls you can buy, skulls for the skull god or whatever it's called.
Yeah, skulls for.
He literally built an entire base diorama thing and then had like the blood oozing out. That was kind of cool.
Yeah.
But that technical paint I hate so much. It just creates the cheapest, crappiest looking gore I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So blood effects, I'm not a fan. I've seen some beautiful 30k World Eaters models out there that they're absolutely covered head to toe with gore, but it's done with matte paint and it's done with different shades of red and shades of even black and brown and stuff. You've got to get in there and mix it up. You've got to represent it properly. I've seen some brilliant blood effects, don't get me wrong, but it's also got to have the splatter effect that looks right if you're going to do it.
Yeah.
You know, it can't just, it's like every time I see people learning when they're very early on and they do weathering and they do chipping, and they'll just evenly like leopard print, put chips on a plate, and it's like, well, unless somebody's come up to you like a cultist with a scattergun and directly perpendicular shot the plate, you're not really going to get chips like that. Like if it's say on the side of a bike, it's going to be on the leading edge of the plate. So do the chips, do like the entire front leading edge, like pulled back with the paint, and then the chips coming less and less as you go. Same with the blood effects. So that's the way to make me really dislike your army. If you want me to love your army, and this is actually what I'm doing with this guy, Goblin Green classic 90s bases with sand and flock. I will look at that army and be like, you're a winner. Simple man. Yeah.
Yeah,
Old
yeah.
school goblin green bases, everybody. You do that, fucking, you're gonna stand out at a tournament. I guarantee you.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna be me for tonight, Myth. I'm just gonna wrap up the stream.
Yeah,
So
you're good, dude.
thanks for coming and joining in, mate. In the
Oh yeah, I can't believe the
community.
time.
Yeah, it's 11:30. And Game on Steve said he's the corn judgments for AOS. I use so much blood for the blood god. Yeah, he posted one in the AOS hobby chat in the Discord. But yeah, thanks for jumping in on the community Friday night community hobby night. I'm sure we'll have you on again at some point soon.
Yeah, well, like I was saying to you, I'll work my camera out, and I don't know if you want to do it. Take up your Friday slot, we'll work something out. But
Yeah,
I think if we want to do a bit more of a paint focused one, I could probably just be a lot of shit talking anyway.
Yeah.
We talked a lot of paint tonight, but I guess the difference is that when there's a camera on the table, we can actually do like show stuff off, bit techniques or something if anybody's got a question.
yeah, exactly, and that's one thing I love to do on the channel. So we can for sure do that. So yeah, I'm just gonna pop out of Discord. It's been great chatting with you, mate, and I'll talk soon.
All right, see you guys.
Alrighty, everybody, that is gonna be it for the stream this evening. Thank you all for coming and hanging out. I really do appreciate it. All the follows, all the hosts, as well. It's absolutely awesome. Just this week we hit 150 followers, which is halfway to my goal for the year. I'm trying to get to 300 followers. So every single follow does help get towards that goal. I'm going to do something special for that as well. I've just got to work out all the correct details and work out the legalities and such for it. But yeah, look, I'm just going to do a bit of an spiel. If you're hanging out with us and you're not a part of the Discord, I'm going to put the link in chat. If you want to, join in and, see what we're working on, week in, week out, when the streams are happening, Discord is probably one of the best places to be. Another one is all my socials. So, you've got my Facebook and Instagram. I'm actually quite active on those. And you'll see me be able to do posts, and I'll post up images, and you'll see, what I'm doing and when on there as well. So yeah, if you have not followed, please consider. If you want to stay apprised to when I'm going live and streaming as well, it's always greatly appreciated. And if you do want to choose to support my content, you can subscribe if you choose to do so, and know that it is greatly appreciated, but it is not required to come and hang out. If you choose to do donations or bits, again, very much appreciated, but not at all expected from you guys. Even you guys just choosing to come and hang out with me and spend time on your Friday night or your Friday morning or wherever you are in the world to come and hang out in the stream with me is absolutely awesome. I love you guys for it. I really do. It's been an absolutely awesome evening hanging out with you. And just know, if you've got an Amazon Prime account, you can free sub to a single channel every month. It does not cost you an extra single thing. So keep that in mind as well. So we're going to do what we normally do. And we're going to go raid another Warhammer streamer. I'm just going to get my phone up to find the right streamer to go and raid. And let's see if we can't find someone who's needing a bit of love. Needing some viewers to, kind of boost them up a little bit. So let's have a look at who we could go to. Alright. I want to make sure it's English as well for you guys. Where are we? There's, we're gonna go raid Blocky Gamer. He's currently got one viewer, so why don't we, stick around for the raid. We're going to go show him some love. It's going to be absolutely awesome. You know, and so we're gonna hang out in there for a little bit. You know, I'm gonna join in. We're gonna have a bit of a chat, and it's gonna be absolutely awesome. Everyone, thank you for hanging out with me tonight. That's gonna be it from me. I'm gonna be back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. We won't be doing a collab stream with Brightspark this week. It will be next week. He had some stuff come up, so we'll be doing another hobby stream. 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. We'll be kicking that up. We'll be hopefully finishing off the attack bike or making a fair amount of headway, as well as getting these Terminators done as well. It's going to be an absolutely awesome stream. We're going to have Stream Raiders going again. We're going to chat about some stuff. You know, and even if you guys want to, we can do another community call as well. I'm happy to do that with you guys as well. But for this evening, I've been Scotty D49. Thank you for hanging out with me, and I will catch you all tomorrow. See yas.